to nerf Pig. The Pig is one of the funniest sagas in all of Dead by Daylight history. Nowadays, she lives in the infamous meme, Nerf Pig, but there's an explanation of why it seems that Dead by Daylight can't stop nerfing the Pig. Much like it is nowadays, in 2018 when the Pig first released, killers were complaining about how fast gens would progress, often losing 1 or 2 in the first chase. So to mitigate this, Behavior did what they would always do, and release a DLC that would address these problems. One of the Pig's main mechanics was putting reverse bear traps on survivors' heads. Once down, the Pig could put a reverse bear trap on a survivor's head, and the next time a generator was completed, that trap would activate. The survivors would then have to go and search through several jigsaw boxes scattered across the map and hopefully remove the reverse bear trap from their heads. If they failed to or tried to exit through the gates, the reverse bear trap would activate and kill them. At the time, she was the only killer with built-in slowdown, and because of the RNG nature of jigsaw boxes, sometimes being able to remove the reverse bear trap after the first jigsaw box, and sometimes having to go through 5, she was an absolute menace to new survivors. And initially, upon release, she could block the final jigsaw box so that nobody could get the key, and therefore they'd die. All of this makes it sound like the Pig was actually a very strong killer, and technically, she was. Much like Freddy, the Pig has always been very good at killing newer survivors, skewing her kill rate, the statistics the devs use to balance the game, much higher than it really should be, which has, over the years, led to non-stop nerfs. First, they increased her terror radius, which is quite debilitating for a stealth killer. Later that year, they nerfed her reverse bear traps so that they no longer activated when the endgame collapse began, and therefore made the Pig bad enough that gen rushing, the thing that she was designed to stop, actually countered her. If you couldn't down all 4 survivors and put a trap on their head before they completed all 5 generators, half your power would be disabled until the game ends. But that's not all. Once again, later that year, they would nerf the other part of the Pig's power, her ambush attack, and make it no longer count as a basic attack. This meant things like Save the Best for Last, Sloppy Butcher, and Exposure attacks. Since these many nerfs, the Pig received add-on reworks, which were essentially nerfs to many of her popular add-ons, and some changes to the general RNG of the jigsaw boxes. Most of these changes came as a surprise to the community, as she never really was a top killer. Both her and Freddy are perfect examples of why this game will never be balanced. No matter how bad a killer actually might be, if their average kill rate is a little bit too high, nerf them until all you see is blight and nurses. Today, Dead by Daylight might be at its most balanced point it's ever been, but it's still filled with some of the absolute most ridiculous shit you've ever seen. Background player being one of the #1 offenders right now. I could have talked about a couple other things. For example, the old Made for This and Hope combo, which would make survivors just as fast as Huntress, or Medal of Man, where every 4th hit you took would be completely free. So in summary, Dead by Daylight is the worst balanced game of all time, and will continue to be. The developers will keep adding more perks, more killers, each more unbalanced than the last, and each one being a paid DLC. The classic League of Legends strategy of making broken champions and collecting fat paychecks when people want to play them. Make sure to like the video. And if you're asking why I play this game, let me say this. Some people like cock and ball torture, and I like playing Dead by Daylight from time to time. While one makes it nearly impossible to procreate, and the other is cock and ball torture, I'd like to remind you, the viewer, not to kink shame. Swagmoney69, signing out. Well, wouldn't you know it, as I'm making this video, Behavior went and did a Behavior thing, and did a incredibly busted rework for the twins. The way the twins used to work was you had 2 parts of the killer, Charlotte and Victor. Charlotte functions just like a normal M1 killer, but her power allowed her to control Victor, a tiny little gremlin that will hop right off her body, and could chase survivors very quickly. If you were healthy, Victor would latch onto you and make you injured, forcing the killer to have to control Charlotte again. And you couldn't use Victor unless you downed the survivor or that survivor punted the little shit. If a survivor was injured, Victor would down them. You'd still have control over Victor, so you could slug multiple injured survivors at once. She was somewhat like the opposite of Legion, where you always wanted to be fully healed, and you'd pair up so you could kick Victor. Now, there's somewhat of an opposite effect. In the PTB, if he hits a healthy survivor, he gets a small cooldown on his attack,
The Vault Speed build is back, and if you've been following my channel for a while now, you know why we're making this video. It's a tradition at this point. Finesse gives you 20% Vault Speed while healed and has a cooldown of 30 seconds. I'm going to use it today with Resilience, so when I become injured, I get the 9% extra Vault Speed as well. And I also have Lithe, so the first Vault of every chase is not only super fast, but also makes me super fast. And for the 4th perk, I have Windows of Opportunity, so I can see all the windows and pallets on the map and get maximum value from this build. I really hope
That's
you
not
guys
really a
enjoy
build.
the video. All
Ain't even gonna lie.
right, let's go. We are on Father Campbell's Chapel with a Chatterer. I haven't seen anyone play this guy in a while. But like, you can't tell me he doesn't look a bit British. I don't know why I'm roasting my own kind though. They call me the Gen Man. No, they don't.
Until Dawn is a true lightning in a bottle moment. It released at pretty much exactly the right time, into the right climate to become the success it is now. Releasing in August of 2015, Until Dawn would become the top trending game on YouTube less than 1 month later in September. Horror gaming was huge on YouTube at the time. The game released almost exactly 2 years after PewDiePie became the most subscribed channel, and almost exactly 1 year after Markiplier dropped his now iconic Five Nights at Freddy's video. Creators Supermassive Games have been chasing the high of Until Dawn since it released. They attempted to make it 4 more times with the Dark Pictures anthology games, which are mixed in quality, in my opinion. And they also released The Quarry in 2022, which according to some reports began development as an Until Dawn sequel. Now, in 2024, there is a movie in the works, as well as a PS5 remaster/remake coming out, so why does everyone love this game? Although it was the zeitgeist of 2015 that really pushed this game forward, I believe it's had continued success for 2 reasons. The first one is how well it balances tone, being both dark, intriguing, psychological, and horrifying, but also just straight up goofy.
It was just a prank, Han.
The other reason for the game's success are the core cast. They are interesting, multifaceted characters, and you could tell me any of the 8 main characters is your favourite, and I would believe you, unless you said Ashley or Matt, in which case I probably wouldn't. So hey, good morning. Today we're going to be talking about Until Dawn. I'm going to be going over the main plot, just in case you haven't played it in a while, and then talking in more detail about each of the main characters and understanding why they work. If at any point you find yourself enjoying the video, please click all of the buttons below apart from the thumbs down one because that hurts my feelings, and then we can all be good friends.
Hey, free comedy show, plenty of seats, plenty of tickets left, guys. Free show, miss.
So, big night.
Look, my name is Lorne Michaels. I'm the producer of Saturday Night.
The whole night?
Yeah, the whole night.
Chevy, check.
Until Dawn is the story of Blackwood Mountain and the Curse of the Wendigo. The Wendigo is a spirit or mythical creature associated with the belief systems of various Native American peoples. A lot of what we understand about it, including how we pronounce the word, comes from the Ojibwe tribe, but it is also believed in by the Cree, the Naskapi, and the Innu. The Wendigo is a spirit or creature often associated with cannibalism and winter, being something that a human being can be possessed by or turn into when indulging in cannibalism. It is more of a cautionary tale, at least that's what a lot of people believe, but as with all mythology, it doesn't really have a straightforward story, description, or origin. It's just kind of something that a lot of people happen to believe. Whilst Blackwood Mountain is fictional, the Cree peoples are very real, and the game takes a lot of inspiration from their own mythology. The concept of the Wendigo being a spirit that can inhabit someone, rather than just this infection you get, is a Cree belief, or at least one of the beliefs held by some Cree people, traditionally. The game also stays true to the traditional depiction of the Wendigo as a gaunt, sallow human, rather than the weird deer creature thing that most of us are used to. That is a creation from the 20th century, came up with by English writer Algernon Blackwood, and is a kind of colonial / post-colonial interpretation of Native American people. The story of Until Dawn begins over 100 years before the start of the game, when miners arrive in 1893 and begin mining Blackwood Mountain for tin. The Cree people say that this has awoken the Wendigo spirit. The early 20th century sees a settlement of Blackwood Mountain, with Blackwood Pines being established and a sanatorium being built in it in 1922. The spirit of the Wendigo lies dormant until 1952, when several miners are trapped following a cave-in, and 12 of them resort to cannibalism. These miners are placed in the Blackwood Pines Sanatorium for monitoring and gradually deteriorate into Wendigo before attacking and killing all of the staff. In this time, the doctors are researching the Wendigo. They even keep one of their heads in a jar. In the 1990s, movie director Bob Washington buys land in Blackwood Pines and creates the Washington Lodge as a winter getaway for his family, his wife Melinda, and his 3 children Josh, Beth, and Hannah Washington. Over the years, Bob and Melinda stopped using the lodge as much because they ended up being fearful of homeless people who are basically squatting in and around the area, but Josh and his sisters still use it as a getaway, and in 2014 they decide to throw a winter party. 7 friends of the family are invited to this get-together, including Hannah's crush Mike and her best friend Sam, and Josh's best friend Chris. As stated before, Hannah has a huge crush on Mike, so Mike's girlfriend Emily and her friend Jess decide to play a prank on Hannah, inviting her upstairs under the guise of her getting with Mike, and then filming her as she's taking her clothes off. This, understandably, is very upsetting.
Yup. I'll be casting spells. Which one you trying to see? Contagious thunder!
Setting, so Hannah flees the house, as does her sister Beth, and the two of them end up falling off a cliff and dying. Except Hannah doesn't die, she survives, spends several days starving down in the mines before digging up her sister Beth and cannibalizing her, thus awakening the spirit of the Wendigo within herself. Exactly 1 year later, Josh invites everyone back up to the mountain to do a reunion party. His reasoning for this is quite interesting and multi-layered, but for the most part he's just hoping to scare them all and show them what his sister went through with a very over-the-top and expensive serial killer prank. Except when everyone starts freaking out and running all over the mountain, there are Wendigo there. So it's actually a lot more dangerous than he believed, and all 8 characters must survive. From here, the story is in the hands of the player, and you can get endings where all 8 characters are alive or all 8 characters are dead, and anywhere in between. So now I think it's best to take a look at each individual character in order to players them, analyze them, their potential deaths, their personality, and what they've done to make this game so iconic.
Sell to your customers anywhere with Shopify, the commerce platform designed for entrepreneurs. Online, on social, in person, and on the go. Get the tools you need to sell the way you want. Powered by Shopify.
What did our nice sister get herself into now?
Beth goes straight into B tier if I'm ranking the characters, because she's not really a character at all. She has some very stilted line deliveries, and she gives you a tutorial on how to do some basic game mechanics, and then she dies. She is a plot device more than a person. Every other character following the prologue is introduced with 3 character traits, and the reason I assume they don't do it in the prologue, other than it looking kind of strange, is that Beth does not have 3 character traits, unless you count Josh's sister and Hannah's sister as 2 separate ones, and then you added, like, cares about her family. Conversely, Hannah, really interesting. Not really so much in the prologue when she's just a person, but after becoming Handigo, she is a very compelling main antagonist for the game, who is more than just the mindless monster that some players may find her to be. American environmentalist Winona LaDuke coined the term Wendigo economics to describe the cannibalistic effect of corporations and capitalism upon the world. You'll note that it's the expansionism of the settlers which was said to awake the Wendigo spirit in the late 19th century, and it is reawakened when the Washington family begin making renovations atop the mountain. The Washington family are more than aware that this land does belong to the Cree people originally. Melinda writes letters to the Race and Ethnicity Department offering to make donations to the Elder Council of the Cree, but in this very same letter she expressed distaste about having to share the land with anybody. The Washington family are the inheritors of the Wendigo economics which set all of this into motion in the first place, which is why 2 of the 3 children can become Wendigo by the end of the game. But critiques of capitalism are not really what make Hannah interesting, and to be honest, not really what I care to talk about. It's just an interesting bit of food for thought. What is most interesting about Hannah is the idea of her becoming a Wendigo as a revenge story, and it's something that is foreshadowed in the opening song of the game. Until Dawn opens with a now iconic rendition of the Appalachian folk song O Death. This song takes the form of a conversation between a sinner and Death, with Death describing that it is death, and the sinner begging to be allowed to live another year. Hannah can be read as both in this situation. She does survive exactly another year, assuming at least one person survives and the house blows up at the end, and she's also deaf. She is the one who opens the door to heaven or hell for most of the characters. The piece of symbolism most associated with Hannah is the butterfly, and it has twofold meaning. The one stated in the game is the concept of the butterfly effect, your actions having unforeseen consequences or seemingly small things snowballing out of control and becoming large. This is very reflective of how a simple prank in the eyes of these people has led to potentially the death of all of them 1 year later. The butterfly symbolism can even be read as how Hannah's infatuation or even obsession with Mike is what led to the entire game happening. She only gets the butterfly tattoo because a compatibility test informs her that she should do something rash to get the attention of the person she likes. This compatibility test also tells her that running away from home is a way to get the attention of the person she likes, so her fleeing the house may not just be out of embarrassment, it may be a last-ditch effort to try and win the affections of Mike. The other common piece of symbolism that butterflies are associated with is transformation. They are creatures that transform from caterpillars following a stage in a cocoon. Her time in the mines could be seen as this cocooning process, and her re-emergence 1 year later to get her revenge is seen as a transformation. In this sense, she has transformed her role in the song "Oh Death." She is no longer the sinner who is begging for another year. She has been granted that and become death. This is where the revenge story begins, because as a Wendigo, Hannah is far from a mindless killing machine, although it may at times appear like that. If decisions are made and the game is approached in a certain way, you can actually see that there's quite a lot of her prior humanity left in there, it's just that she is also a monster that wants to eat you. Hannah Goon hunts in a very specific order, first picking off people who have wronged her the most. The first person she explicitly attacks and potentially kills is Jess, the person who organised the prank against her, and, during the events of the game, Mike's current girlfriend. The first person who sees the Wendigo, when you're playing as them, is Emily, Mike's ex-girlfriend, who also helped orchestrate the prank against her. Wendigo will also never kill Mike, no matter what decisions the player makes. Hannah's hatred of specifically Emily and Jessica is also revealed through her interactions or potential murders of Ashley. She will only kill Ashley if Ashley investigates Jessica's voice, showing empathy for her, or if she reveals the truth to Emily about her Wendigo bite, that it's harmless. It's whenever she shows any kind of affection towards the two girls that Hannah hates that she will actively make an effort to kill Ashley. Hannah can spare Josh, turning him into a Wendigo so they can be a big monster family, and she will only kill Sam right at the end of the game when Sam is planning to blow up a house and kill Hannah, so that's kind of a it's you or me thing. So she does show some humanity. She can be restrained, she won't attack Josh, Mike, or Sam except in very specific situations or if certain criteria isn't met. She will randomly attack Chris, and I'm not sure what that's all about. He didn't even take part in the prank against her, and he's Josh's best friend. I guess she just didn't like him, but that's fan canon. My headcanon is that she just really didn't like Chris. Whilst Hannah the person, as we see her in the prologue, can go in the B for blank slate tier list, I do think Wendigo is an S tier villain. They can recontextualize the game if certain criteria are met and you analyze them from a certain viewpoint, turning it into a revenge story. However, they can also work just as well as a faceless, bloodthirsty monster if the player has no interest in solving mysteries and just wants to run away from a big scary thing.
I thought we were close. After his sister's disappeared, he'd come and talk to me. He said I was the only one who understood him.
Sam is Until Dawn's final girl. She can't be killed until the very, very end of the game, and even then, it's pretty difficult to get her killed. Sam is introduced as Hannah's best friend, something we spoke about briefly in the Hannah section, and her 3 core traits that she is shown to have are diligence, being considerate, and being adventurous. And whilst I don't always agree with these 3 traits they assign to the characters, all of these fit for Sam. Diligence is defined as being careful and methodical whilst working hard on something, and this is shown in pretty much everything Sam does. She always puts a lot of work, effort, and care into things. She's very attentive. She's very perceptive as well. Sam's second word is considerate, and that is true. She's shown throughout the game to be a peacemaker and a pretty good friend to everyone. She has a pretty fun friendship with Chris that's shown off right at the start of the game, and I wish had more screen time. She develops a close friendship with Josh, having been the best friend of his sister and something of a shoulder to cry on following the passing of his sisters. And at the end of the game, Sam can wait until everyone else is out of the house before deciding to save herself and blow it up. So Sam can put the lives of her friends before herself. She's very considerate, very self-sacrificing. Sam's final trait is adventurous, and this is true. She's a rock climber by hobby, and this turns into a lot of fun gameplay opportunities. She forms what I want to call the
Bro, that's Annie. Is that Sasha? What the fuck? Who's that? I guess it is Sasha. Or Hanji or some shit. Two sprint bursts? Oh, what? Fuck, dude. Pallet. Bro, I'm fucking up right now. Got lucky right there. Finally. Good hit. What am I hearing? Dead hard. Oh wow, I got outplayed. Holy shit. These perks are not it though.
Gameplay duo of Until Dawn alongside Mike. These are characters who can't die until right at the end, and probably for good reason, because although this is supposed to be an interactive movie, first and foremost, the most fun gameplay comes out of these two. They'll be shooting at stuff, running away from stuff. Most of the fun comes from these characters. Sam is the second most playable character, like Mike, and it's very easy to win. The the fact that she's introduced as Hannah's best friend and the only person who really sticks up for her at the start of the game, and the fact that she finds the most clues in the game, showing that she is a good friend to Hannah even following her passing, she's just easy to like. There's a picture in the game where she is taking Hannah to prom, whilst Mikey's taking Emily. It's just cute. Sam's closest to the Washington family can be found in so many clues where she's inviting all of them out to Halloween parties or to hang out, and she's also really good at reading Josh. She drops so much foreshadowing in the early chapters about his eventual heel turn.
Oh, but watch out for that, Josh.
Look, and Mike, I think somehow Josh is involved in all of this.
Wait, what?
Sam is something of a main character in Until Dawn, as far as you can be to it. She's Hannah's best friend, so has the most involvement in her plotline. She's the most good-aligned character, making her quite easy to like, and she has the first and last gameplay segments in the entire game. She also has the final word in the credits. It's for her overall likability and how fun she is to play as that Sam winds up on the top of a lot of people's lists, and for me it's no different. Sam is an S for strong towel tier character.
Alright, I'm bad. I'm a badass.
Chris is introduced as having a crush on Ashley, but he should be introduced as Josh's best friend. Where almost every other character is very much concerned with the Hannah storyline, Chris had nothing to do with that, and his storyline is all about his friendship with Josh. Chris seems to be where the devs put a lot of focus. He is the most playable protagonist, but he's also one of only 3 characters who can die and completely miss sections that you could otherwise play. Over the course of the game, Chris goes through a warped coming-of-age story, being forced to choose between the girl he likes or his best friend in the world. And he's made to make these decisions because his best friend in the world decides to torture him pretty badly. Now, why Josh does this to Chris we'll cover in Josh's section, but from Chris's perspective, all you need to know is he came to support his best friend on the anniversary of a tragedy and was mentally tortured for it. Chris has my personal favourite line of dialogue in the game, but in order to understand why it's so great, we need to build up to it. So let's take a look back at the relationship between Chris and Josh, and why this storyline that Chris goes through is so impactful. In 2014, the year prior to the events, Chris can be seen asleep at the table with Josh. This sets the tone of their friendship. They're always together. If Josh is going to get so drunk he passes out, Chris is going to be right there with him. When Chris is taking the cable car with Sam at the start of the game, he recounts his entire friendship with Josh. He remembers exactly what happened all the way back in 3rd grade. Now this is used to explain the butterfly effect gameplay mechanic, but I think it's sweet how Chris is so eager to reminisce on all the time he spent with his bestie. Chapter 1 also just showcases that Chris has a very good rapport with pretty much anyone. He's capable of cracking jokes with Jess, and with Sam. Him and Sam actually have a really good platonic relationship, which is a rarity. Male-female platonic relationships get so little representation, it's crazy. In Chapter 2, we meet Josh, and Chris is one of the first people to talk to him, and it's really easy to see why they're such good friends. They are probably the most similar people to each other in the entire cast, and they have several little inside jokes that they just throw around in conversation.
Nope, but I'll do it. Godspeed, Pilgrim.
But we can also see the beginnings of a rift in their friendship when Josh makes uncomfortable comments about Ashley, and Chris can tell him to stop.
She's like a sleeper hit kind of gal, you know? And I just want to rip that Parker right off of her and make some snow angels, right?
In spite of this, Chris and Josh continue to have a good friendship until eventually Josh puts him in the situation where he has to decide if he wants Ashley or Josh to be ripped in half by a saw blade. And no matter what he chooses, Josh gets ripped in half. So Chris has to watch his best friend die, potentially with the added trauma of knowing that he tried to kill the girl he likes, and then his best friend died anyway. The following sections are more about Ashley's trauma around being involved in the death of Hannah, and Chris is very empathetic here. When there is the dollhouse showing the diorama of everyone pulling the prank on Hannah, Chris doesn't say it's you, he says it's us. He had no involvement, but he includes himself so that she feels as though she's not alone in the situation. Chris also persists in looking around a very clearly dangerous lodge because he believes he can help Sam. This again shows how empathetic and caring of other people he is. Following this, Chris and Ashley are captured, and Chris is forced to choose between shooting Ashley or himself. The gun is proven to be fake, but even still, this is really traumatic, and more than likely, I think the more common choice is that Chris chooses to shoot himself. When it's revealed that the killer is fake and a prank pulled by Josh, Chris is just shocked more than anything, and when he does lash out and attack Josh when he's taking him to the shed alongside Mike, he doesn't hit him because of anything he did to him, he hits him because he hit Ashley.
You don't hit a girl. You just don't. Dude, Chris.
But in spite of all of this treatment, once the real threat of the Wendigo is established, Chris is the one who goes out to try and save Josh. In spite of all of the horrible treatment he's received, he still understands that Josh is his friend, and he doesn't want him to die.
Go out there, Chris.
I'm supposed to be his best friend, and I let him down.
No, he let you down. He let all of us down.
I don't care. I'm going to get him.
That line of dialogue is my favourite in the game because it cuts to the core of Chris's character, and it also underpins that Chris's story really has nothing to do with the whole Hannah and Wendigo thing. It's mainly about the fact that his very close friendship with Josh was strained by a tragedy that happened to his sisters, and Josh lashing out at Chris damaged it further. And this scene is made all the more powerful not just because it's a touching display of friendship from Chris in spite of all he's been through, it's the fact that he can die here. He's not Sam, he's not Mike, he's not kept alive until the end of the game. There are 3 separate ways that Chris can die here, and one of them is actually Ashley refusing to open the door to let him back in. If Chris does survive this, he can get killed by Ashley again if she decides to open the trapdoor, or kill himself by opening the trapdoor. But honestly, if they're gonna do a movie, I think Chris should die when he goes out looking for Josh. I just think it makes sense if you want to make it bloody and kill off characters, and Chris's storyline is all about his friendship with Josh, and how, because of the actions of other people, they have become distant and strained, and both of them ultimately meet their demise because of the butterfly effect set in motion by their friendship group. I also think that the loss of Chris really serves to drive home Josh's insanity towards the end of the game, and how he completely loses himself to despair. All in all, I love Chris. He's getting a strong A tier from me because as much as I love that one scene, after that they kind of just don't know what to do with him, and he can die whilst just loitering, which is kind of ridiculous.
We are going to have sex, and it's gonna be hot. So enjoy it, because I know we're going to.
Jess is introduced simply as Mike's new girlfriend, and that alone carries so much weight. We saw in the prologue that she conducted and organised the prank on Hannah because she was claiming to be protecting her friend Emily and her relationship. But she broke up Emily and Mike and is now with Mike. She has done exactly what Hannah wanted to do, just more successfully. One of Jess's cool words is confidence, and that is a cruel piece of irony, because if she survives the events of the game, she loses all of that. She loses a defining pillar of who she is. Hannah robs her of some of herself. When we discussed Hannah, I talked about how this could be viewed as a revenge story, and if that's true, Jess is the main villain. She has wronged Hannah thrice actually, but we'll get to that in a bit. But it's hard to view Jess as anything other than a victim. She's mean, she's pretty spiteful, and she comes up with pretty awful schemes to mess with people. But after all she goes through over the course of this game, it's hard to feel anything but sympathy. Before I talk about Jess and Hannah, I need to talk about Jess and Mike, because Mike is the guy all the girls want. He's attractive, he's charismatic, he's popular, and he ends up with Jess. Why? Well, Jess says that she feels as though men only view her for her body, and Mike is shown throughout the game to be pretty horny, but I think there is more to it than that. They do seem to have a genuine connection beyond all of the lewd jokes and teenage horniness. Mike and Jess share several moments of quiet intimacy, and when she is taken by the Wendigo, Mike's reaction shows how deep his care for her is. We see so much in the first few chapters how much Mike and Jess do truly love each other. So whilst in the warped mind of the Handigo, they are killing the person who wronged them, they're actually robbing the person they claim to love of something they love. When Jess and Mike go to the cabin in classic slasher movie setup, we get a good insight into the mind of the Handigo. First off, it has been wronged by Jess twice, so that is the person it goes after. First, when Jess pulled the prank, secondly, when Jess got with Mike. But it's only when they are wronged a third time that they strike. when Jess talks about how they're going to be sleeping with Mike. It pulls them out of the cabin and runs away with them. Interestingly, it doesn't kill Jess right there. If Mike is quick enough, it will just drop her into the mines. There's quite a few ways you could view this. You could view it as Hannah being ashamed of her new monstrous appearance and not wanting to be seen by Mike, which is why he doesn't see her here, and if he is quick enough, she will drop Jess. However, I view it as a form of twisted revenge. You see, Hannah is totally fine killing people as a Wendigo right in front of people. She even kills Josh right in front of Mike. So she's clearly not that concerned with Mike's feelings or seeing her. I view it as a kind of revenge, as I said. They're putting Jess through exactly what Jess put them through, being dragged away from a potential romantic moment with Mike.
I don't know about this whole theory, I ain't gonna lie.
Jess getting dropped in the mines in Chapter 4, then being revealed as alive in Chapter 10 is, I believe, one of the game's greatest plot twists, and something they should keep in any future adaptations. I also think Jess should survive the night in any kind of...
I'm hungry! Alright, jokes for food! I wish a philanthropist YouTuber would just give me 10K and not film it! Hey, what the hell happened to you? Mr. Beast, that's what happened to me!
What we do here is go back.
I was gonna be somebody! I was gonna be the... Carl took my job! Carl took my job! It's the worst thing that's tonight I'm gonna make me do! Oh, no! I didn't... No!
Okay, content cop from Timu back at it again. So just before I get into my interrogation with former Mr. Beast employee Jake Weddle, a lot has happened since my last video. After posting it, I got hundreds of messages from former Mr. Beast employees, and I had them all send proof of former employment. You know, just people showing their support or telling their stories of fake videos or unsafe practices, toxic workplace, stuff like that. I'm not really going to get into those claims because, for one, most people want to stay anonymous, which I understand. And also, I think most of that stuff's just been covered with news coming out about these games and everything. And also, I have more serious allegations that I want to start covering. Also, I heard from a very credible source that Mr. Beast has been sitting on a response to part 1 because he was worried if he posted it, I would instantly respond with part 2, like this is Kids Bop, Kendrick Lamar vs. Drake. Also, I know Mr. Beast's secret CEO has been practically harassing my people on, hey, what's in part 2? What does he know? So I will just tell you, James, what will be in part 3.
Audio is a little bit silly. Just following the scratch marks. Silly. walking in pallets. Whatever. I swear they like lag when they show up on my screen. Like it shows up, they show up like a frame too late, I think. That's kind of ridiculous. Oh my god. Folks. Oh. I think I want blood favor. Live. Like, I don't know what I'm hearing. It just doesn't sound right. Oh my god. People have instant med kits and shit. It's just like not. It's just not. This be not getting. Not getting. And then why can I never hit her? Let me hit her. Boom. What? She must have insane ping. And then flashbang, and then flash, just flashlight. No, for real, I'm just gonna proxy camp. Like, I need to get the kill. Trying to pip up. She's live. I can't pick up on flash. Okay. Should've looked up.
So you don't have to harass my people. It will be about serious allegations of sexual misconduct in the company and your direct involvement in covering up those crimes. And I'll make sure to give you full credit.
Yeah, that game was annoying as fuck. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
I've gotten dozens of messages from former Mr. Beast employees of very serious allegations. So I just want to put a call to action at the start of this video that, you know, if you have a story, you can DM me. Just make sure you send proof of employment first, because I get a lot of DMs. And like, as much as I meme and joke around, like, I take anonymity very seriously. So without explicit permission, I don't go public with anything. And obviously, if it goes to court, I would hope they would censor your information from the court documents. I don't know. Oh, and former contestants too. That's another thing I heard after posting my last video is during the 100 boys versus girls video, I have people corroborating the same story that the camera guy who gave the girls a drone was making some girls feel uncomfortable. You know, you trap these girls in a circle and make them sleep on rough turf and get them high on paint fumes, and then you try to f them.
Okay, that seems really dark.
No, it's not dark. You're misunderstanding me, bro.
I think I am.
Yeah, you are. Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no.
No.
But the thing is she's not gonna say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
Anyway, so that will be part 3. So, you know, Mr. Beast, do with that information what you will. I know Chucky didn't want to respond to those allegations. So anyway, my interview with Jake Weddle, I chose to interview him because I thought he was perfect because he was both on camera and behind the scenes in 2019 and 2020. And also, what people don't know is that he came back in 2021 to be the sole contestant of a Mr. Beast video, which never got uploaded because it went very badly. He also knows about another portable document format who was working at Mr. Beast while actually on the registry. and I'll get more into that story at the end of the video. So I got his DM, drove straight to New York overnight, did not sleep, just drank a bunch of caffeine, and I also only had one microphone in the interview, which he's wearing. So it's mostly just him talking. Also, like, final thing, people said my last video started slow. This video also starts slow. It builds up over time. I'll do the retention thing and say, the ending will blow your mind. It's crazy. Yeah. Okay.
Metro presents A Tale of Two Wireless Customers.
I've been a loyal customer since today.
Forever.
Which means I get
all the deals. Absolutely no deals.
It's like they totally
forgot I exist.
That's so yada yada.
Hate yada yada.
But now, with Metro, existing customers can get the same great deals as new customers.
Finally!
Introducing Metro Flex. Get that new customer feeling again and again. Free 5G phones when you join, and the same great deals as new customers when you stay. That's not a yada yada.
Bye-bye.
Only at Metro.
This Labor Day, as you're saying goodbye to summer, swing into your local Ashley store and say hello savings on living room, dining room, bedroom sets, and so much more. Ashley's Labor Day sale is going on now. Shop more deals in-store and online.
I gotta get better at this M1 killer.
I never felt this way before. It's all brand new. Falling in love, yeah. Falling in love. Said I'm falling in love. Falling in love. Said I'm falling in love. In love, 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 love, yeah.
Yo, it's fucking that dude from Hunter x Hunter, bro.
You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is.
Why does he have that big ass thing on his back there? Like why? I think I'm gonna just try to be flying my own way, you know. Skins are not that good.
You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is.
I guess he has it on his back, it's just like covered. Hey, what's up, Natalie?
Old Spice Total Body. It fights stank 24/7.
Alright, I'm gonna be right back.
Incoming dishes! Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease in half the time. The better grease getter.
I'm gonna be live the rest of the night. At least, yeah, I think I am probably. Am I perkless? In the hood and I'm perkless. I'm in the hood on purpose, about to get a fucking fuck. But I don't know, is it worth it? Where is this brother? Got his ass. Right on, Drop it. There's a door there. No, I did not mean to do that. Yo, Natalie, let's get some Survivor games in after this. Getting kind of tired of it. I don't know how to do this surface. Okay, just like...
road gets tough, you're enough. I don't know how I deserve you. You know I'll always keep on coming back to you. I can't forget your name. You know I'll always keep on coming back to you. You know I'll always keep on coming back to you. No, you don't want to say it. I can tell by the way that you look at me. Yeah, we don't have to complicate it. You and me, we can make it. I feel it too. I can't forget your face. No, you don't want to say it. I can tell by the way that you look at me. Yeah, we don't have to complicate it. You and me, we can make it. I feel it too. I can't forget your face. You know I'll always keep on coming back to you. You know I'll always keep on coming back to you. You're always on my mind, by my side. Even when the road gets tough, you're enough. I don't know how I deserve you. You know I'll always keep on coming back to you. I can't forget your name. No, you don't want to say it. I can tell by the way that you look at me. Yeah, we don't have to complicate it. You and me, we can make it. I feel it too. I can't forget your name. You know I'll always keep on coming back to you. You know I'll always keep on coming back to you. No, you don't want to say it. I can tell by the way that you look at me.
What up?
Yo,
Hello.
what's up?
Yeah. I want to watch the stream, but I'm like working out right now.
Oh, you're at the gym right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind. You're chill. I thought you were at home. I was gonna say we could play, but it's all good. We can play when we get back.
Alright, how long are you gonna play with?
Can you not hear me on the stream?
No, I'm not watching it. I told you.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, you talked in chat and I responded. I said I'm gonna be streaming all night.
Oh, okay. Alright. I'll catch you in like an hour.
Alright, hell yeah. Cool.
Bye.
Peace.
Something's not right.
What the fuck?
Really?
Calculated.
Anyone there?
You're a lifesaver. Bloody hell!
No, no!
No.
It's bleeding bad. Let me down.
It's not giving right now.
I'm gonna teleport here and not defend the basement. I'm just gonna intercept, yeah, the person that's coming for the rescue. Very good. Kate will now go for the unhook, presumably. Oh, okay. Chat, there is a way I can outplay this, but it's very difficult. There's no way it will work. Here we go. Alright,
Wait,
Colin, if you
what?
have some way to heal yourself, maybe start now. No, dodge it, dodge it, dodge it, dodge it, dodge it. Oh, he did it wrong! He did it wrong! Nice! Thank you! Let's go! You cannot, you need to be a bit far! You cannot be too close! You cannot be too close to the stairs or it doesn't work. Jesus, I'm leaving just in case she needs hatch. It's right there! It's right there to your left! No! Yes! Oh my god, the killer didn't cut her off. Bro. Actually. Oh, dude, that's Jake. Well, he's gonna be a bit mad at this, but... I'm sorry, man. What a disgusting killer, bro. Clueless little man. What the f is going on? Oh, you're such a cheater for that! I love it, dude. It's like she's like using all of her effort to barely make it past this. Do you think that it would be better if they were allowed survivors to give victory a successful attack? Maybe? New vaults, by the way. I'm sensitive!
I'll slap her on the head for you.
Goodbye, sir.
Censor
You
for
died
YouTube. That's so
a
funny.
very good death. Don't worry. You won't die in vain, sir.
My friends say Doctor is overpowered. They're not wrong. They're not wrong. They are wrong. Ha! Steve hates that zombie, bro. Look at him. Look at him dancing a little ritual. I need to see this. I need to find out. Oh, wait. Are you shitting me? Zombie, you dumb bitch. Why? I need to know what that was. Don't worry, we can snipe him. They'll probably heal right there as well if I know them. Nah, they know, they know. Wait! Monitor, monitor! Yo! The Bill didn't know! The other guy was like, run, run, he's here, run! I think monitor must have...
What's this then?
Alright, what's all this then? Got a no mitherer. Holy shit. Painted this fat.
Really?
Bloody hell! Hey, whoa! Ah!
Oh fuck. Oh my god. He did not run around the way I was expecting him to run.
Let me down.
Oh, we'll make it. Holy shit.
Yes, perfect.
Really help not even hear a little bit of the terror radius. Alright, you see we're still trying to use... Wait, he disconnected! Bro, why? Oh well, whatever, chat. Whatever, right? Balance? Close, no worries. He got reassured. They reassured the bot. Why, you guys think I'm gonna get... Oh, what's up, buddy? Wait, chat. Wait. If I were Jake, I would be... Man. The bot got more points than everybody else. No way, dude. Could you debate true on whether or not water is wet? Oh, dude, his opinions on water are very problematic. Most British people have problematic views on water. First of all, they don't even spell it right. It's like, bottle of what? I'm not gay, but Tajlita is kind of thick. Sure. Yeah. So this killer has had 3 hooks. By default, it's 12 seconds for each hook and 12 seconds base kit. So multiply 12 by 4, and you're a nerd that does math. Congratulations. All right, let's see what it feels like. Come a bit here, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Dude, I take it all I take it all back. This is barely a buff, man. Decreases time to recharge rush tokens by 0.33 seconds. Remove downside. What? What? Why? Why would you do? Why do you keep buffing him? What? This is the add-on that blocked pallets, which was completely fine, and they make it a more distance add-on. What? And this is the add-on that gives skill checks, which I understand are a bit problematic, but it was nobody used it, but it was completely fine-ish. What? He hit me with his dick? Alright, shut up. They broke the her animation. He just T-posed at me. Bro, okay. No f***ing way, dude. Alright, let's see how this animation lines up. Wrong Nia? No, this is the right one. I know that because the obsession was the other one. You'll see now that she's not dead, and that everyone's dead on hook now. Is what I would have said if that was true. But it turns out it's not. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Adios. Alright, we've already used all of our paintbrushes.
Why is background player level 1?
I'm sorry, what? Any theories, chat? Hello? Cheater? Why? Why would you do that if you were a cheater? Opinions about Hunters and Clown add-on 2 or... damn, Michael. Damn, how... I wish I had made a website where I could check my opinions. Maybe it could be called otstarba.com/opinions. Wait, hold up! Hold up, by the power of magic! It exists! One thing you do as survivor...
Check this website out. Oh, this website's sick.
Hello friends, this is Odds, Pinky Promise, and for the next couple hours we will be discussing each of the 34 killers in Dead by. They can just call out which palettes are real or not. So it's not very good. Palettes are not very good. They're fun though, keep using them if you want to. Now snares are better. You used to be able to play snares through walls, which was pretty awesome. They removed that feature. That sucks. And he's also been nerfed as of some months ago. I think that was added in the previous tier list, but he has now the ability to carry less pallets and snares, and he slows himself down if he holds them. Not a big deal, but they nerfed a bit. You cannot spam snares everywhere, but you can use them in chase as a bit of a clown slowdown system. It's fairly reliable, and I think it's fairly good. But again, it's only when they are asleep. Survivors can wake up via skill checks with their teammates or by using the clocks. And one amazing thing that happens is that if they use their clock,
Like the fuck. I don't know where your teammate went. You're getting farmed, holy fuck. slugging for them because they were just farming the team the whole time.
And you hit them, they do not fall asleep for the first 30 seconds. That's huge. And if they come out of the hook, Freddy against better opponents, does he keep up? Unlike other stealth killers, yes, he does. And our next killer is the most recent addition to the list, Chucky. Alright, so next up is the Spirit, and with her we arrive at the first killer that, while still being really, really powerful, she isn't borderline insane like the other two. If you look at her variability and walls in the same motion as well, this power does the nurse.
Fuck, I keep going back trying to like see a single killer, but then I'm like, nah, I just want to watch the whole video, honestly.
Hello friends, this is Odds, Pinky Promise, and for the next couple hours we will be discussing each of the 34 killers in Dead by Daylight and placing them on a tier list based on their strength. I will be following a very simple criteria that you can pause the video and read up right now if you want to be on the same page. And this is a very exciting time to be doing a tier list because since the last time we did one, a lot has changed. We've had some killers receive minor reworks here and there. We've had new killers be introduced since, with the latest one being Chucky. And also just now we had a glimpse at the next update with the PTB where another 3 killers got pretty significant reworks. So we will be focusing and talking about these killers that I just mentioned a little bit more, but don't worry, we'll talk about all of them. So if you watch this whole video, you should have a pretty good idea where I'm coming from. You can also use timestamps that are found in the description to skip to the parts that you're interested in. And if you're the kind of person that just wants to complain and disagree without watching the video, I respect that. Here's the full list. Feel free to go down in the comments and do that right now. But before we start with the 7.40 update tier list, we need to first talk about the PTB. In the PTB that is currently available right now, we have an early taste of these 3 killers being changed. We have Billy, we have Blight, and we have Sadako. And as you can see, some of them don't move at all, some of them move very dramatically. In my estimation, Blight stands still at his 2nd spot. Yes, some of his very strong add-ons have been reworked, but what we have in the PTB is still very much a monster. I do expect that some of the add-ons in the PTB that are currently bugged will be fixed. I do expect that some of the more ridiculous add-ons that he got in the PTB that make him have infinite rushes and basically infinite turning rate, these things will probably be adjusted. But even if we account for these add-ons being a bit weaker, mind you, Blight is still very, very strong. At the high level especially, this killer is still miles away from the number 3 and number 4. I still think he's very, very strong. So he's a little bit worse than before, but not enough to knock him out of the 2nd spot. Sometimes people argue that Blight could be better than Nurse in some situations, which might still be true, but I think that now Blight is the more obvious 2nd spot. So not a lot to say here. Expect his PTB add-ons to be adjusted slightly, but he will still be number 2 easily. Now, Billy, on the other hand, makes a huge leap, climbing a lot of spots from the current place in the tier list. In the PTB, Billy is quite strong. There are a lot of subtle changes to his kit that are not extremely obvious as to why he jumps so much, but the most important ones that you need to understand, much of what made his add-ons good has been built into his base kit. He now has a much nicer speed to traverse the map, a slightly better cooldown, which makes a world of difference. There is a lot of times when the hillbilly will end the chainsaw next to a survivor and will be able to get an M1, get a basic attack, even if the survivor was pretty close to a window or a pallet. This is something that he could simply not do before. And another playstyle that has become really obvious with the new Billy that you could not do before is bouncing around the map repeatedly. With the old Billy, if you use your chainsaw for mobility repeatedly, that actually puts you in a very vulnerable spot, as your chainsaw would overheat and not really let you use it in chase right afterwards. This is the opposite now. This has literally been reversed. Hillbilly becomes arguably stronger by using his chainsaw repeatedly. So when watching really good players duke it out, it becomes really, really obvious that Billy now is an absolute monster when it comes to pressuring one survivor, but then immediately going back to a different area or switching back to another survivor that's in a worse spot or coming back to a hook or a generator or anything like that. So he's very, very good at pressuring hooks from medium distance. And even though he's very, very difficult to play and get the most value off, I do think he climbs very, very significantly. I also don't expect to be any extremely major changes from the PTB to live. I do think he's in a decent spot, so I'm pretty confident that by the time the release comes out, he will be somewhere around here. Now, some things to mention. He still has the same weaknesses that he did before. Indoor maps with lots of buildings and structures where he cannot easily pressure survivors and bounce back between one and the other are still his Achilles heel, and this is not going to change too dramatically. If you struggle a lot with Billy before, you're not suddenly going to be kicking ass with him. He will still be a very difficult and mechanically demanding killer. But that being said, his add-ons are more streamlined. Some of them are completely useless, but you don't have to use them, so just use the few that are really, really strong. And he's got a couple that are pretty scary. The add-on to make him 110 is actually a contender for a really good add-on. The iridescent engraving is a pretty strong add-on as well. There will be presumably more and more tricks that we'll see show up when people start to master his overdrive and how to use the chainsaw when it glows blue. So yeah, Billy is looking pretty good, not too bad. Now Sadako, on the other hand, has taken a massive dip. Sadako Hello friends, this is Odds, Pinky Promise, and for the next couple hours we will be discussing each of the 34 killers in or is on cooldown. On top of having excellent mobility that works well even in indoor maps, this power is also an excellent anti-loop skill tool by itself. You can use his power in incredibly diverse ways that make it very difficult for survivors to honestly last much anywhere. Even in some of the safest buildings and structures in the world, blights have at least one or multiple ways to hit you. They can play the bump logic route, which means that they'll bump into different points around the loop and eventually use their speed to catch up to you. They can also use the hug tech route, which basically means that they hug certain areas and use the rush by, they flick around certain corners by hugging them. Which is a technique that you initiate by rushing into an obstacle and gliding around it. So there's quite a bit of depth to this. It's definitely not a killer that is super easy to pick up, but once you understand the basics, and oh my god, once you become really, really good with the advanced stuff, he's ridiculous. And now we talk about the add-ons. He has probably or increases his speed by 25%. All of his add-ons are, for the most part, very minor, and yeah, Wesker experts might have their pick and might have their preferences, but none of them really change the way he plays in too much of a dramatic way for survivors. So for the most part, he's a very stable killer, and how strong he is or is not will depend on the map, on how he performs, and how much survivors allow his power to fester. So This killer honestly cannot be broken down into one simple thing. Unlike other killers that just have one really good thing going on for them, this killer has a lot of small things. First of all, he has a big terror radius, which sometimes can help with certain builds. He has a little bit of dash mobility that allows him to close the gap. This isn't insane. This doesn't really allow him to cover the map crazily, but it does pose a threat, and it does allow him to close in the gap when necessary. This also means that survivors holding forward, which is a strategy that you do with like half the killers, do not really get a free pass. If a survivor goes forward in a straight line without looking back, this killer will catch up to them. Some certain perks almost better than anyone else and harass people from distances in a way that almost no other killer can do. And that doesn't make her any less deadly from up close. So let's start from up close. What can this killer do from up close? From up close, her birds will directly damage you, much like a hunter's hatchet, if they hit you. This means that doing things like body blocking, going in a straight line, going for a window that is a bit far, she can literally hit you much like a huntress, but with a much, obviously, lesser cooldown than if she had hit you normally. This is a big deal. This also means that any loop is potentially he's trailed, which you don't have to do, but if he manages to make you do this, you will now be susceptible to his secondary power, which is the cages. Instead of hooking you, he can put you on a cage, and this counts as a hook for pretty much all intents and purposes, except for perks. He is also, but they don't play too mean. The though is Plague at her best. Plague at her best is really, really scary. On top of her natural ability to infect survivors and break them, which absolutely helps with the current state of medkits, which are a very common item. So on top of her natural ability to pretty much discard and minimize healing related perks and items, she has a lot of other things going on. She has a base kit red pool that gives her a power for at least 1 minute. This can be enhanced by multiple add-ons. During red power, she can down people very, very quickly. Some maps you have absolutely no safety. Short loops are essentially a death wish, and you need to find structures to avoid her. She is incredibly good at camping and trading. When someone is on
Okay, so what the hell is error? Basically, it's a water bottle that collides with science.
Hello friends, this is Zods, at least in one of the earlier scripts, and today we're going to talk about all the killer perks, all of them. This is my personal tier list, and we're going to be going from top to bottom and everything in between, giving each perk a little bit of love, a little bit of attention, and talking about what makes it, you know, stand out from the rest. You can use timestamps down below to skip to any one perk you're interested in, or watch the whole thing if you want to be a big nerd like myself. That being said, if you're a beginner, you might find this information a little bit overwhelming. I have made this picture, which I'll link down below, that has some advice on what perks and builds to aim for if you're
Holy shit, that guy's fast. All the way to track. Oh my god, they're fast. I am speed.
You're starting out, which are going to be a bit simpler and more to the point. And also, if you want to know what is a good build for the killer that you want to play, say that you want to play the pig, and you want to know what's a good build for her, you can check out ustaba.com/spreadsheet or /builds, and this is a website that has information that is up to date with builds that are good on every killer. So that might be a bit faster if that's what you're looking for. For everybody else, please grab some popcorn because we're going to start to talk about all the perks. And the first one is Corrupt Intervention. This is a perk that blocks the furthest 3 generators from the place that you spawn in as a killer, and this is incredible. This is a really good effect and easily one of the best perks in the game, if not the best, hands down. Now, let's talk about the negatives of this perk first. Some killers do not want survivors to split up. If you're playing a stealth killer like Ghostface or a killer that benefits from hitting multiple survivors one after another like Lesion, you might not actually prefer survivors to split up. You might actually want them to stick together in a corner of the map, in which case, don't run this perk. Some killers also don't like the fact that their hexes might be more likely to be found or their setup might be more likely to be disturbed with this perk. Just don't equip it and that's completely fine. But for almost everyone else, this perk is incredible. In most maps, you will spawn away from many generators and survivors will spawn there, and this perk basically forces them to start walking away and splitting up and giving you more chances to find them even if you don't have any information perks. Now, it is true that this perk goes away if you down someone, but that's fine. Unless you down someone in 3 seconds, survivors will typically already have wasted enough time going away from their starting location. Some unlucky survivors might also spawn next to a generator that is blocked, and then find another generator that is blocked, and then find another generator that is blocked, and that is terrible for them. This really helps in the bigger maps that will typically force survivors to run even further. In indoor maps where survivors already struggle to find gens, this perk works extra because they have to go room to room finding gens, and then those gens might be blocked. And even if by some miracle you down someone in 3 seconds, guess what? That's fine. You're already winning the game, more likely, just because you had such early pressure. So even in that unlikely scenario, this perk is not getting in your way. It's extremely easy to use. You just need to equip it, and basically works on any killer. For that reason, and because it works so well with many other strategies and perks, it really just deserves the #1 spot in my opinion. The fact that you only have 4 gens to worry about, and then you can use other add-ons and perks to make those early 2 minutes very difficult for the survivors to do any significant repairs, just works like a charm. It's just easily the best perk in the game. Giving Corrupt a run for its money is Pain Resonance. This is a Scorch Hook perk that creates 4 white hooks around the map. It doesn't stack with other Scorches. You will always have 4 unless you have a particular one that spawns them in basement, but we'll get to that. And these hooks are very, very important to you. In some maps like Dead Dog Saloon, they typically tend to be at the center and they're always available, and that's great. Some other maps like the swamp maps, at least right now, they often spawn Scorch hooks in edges, and that sucks a little bit. However, even though there is an element of luck and RNG to this perk and any other Scorch Hook perk, for the most part, this perk is so strong that that element of RNG is still not enough to warrant this perk being lower. That's how good it is. Every time you hook a survivor for the first time on a white hook, on a Scorch Hook, that individual survivor has been hooked individually on that survivor for the first time. This perk triggers. That means that you can use it up to 4 times. Normally it will be the first time you hook someone, but sometimes depending on how the match has gone, it might be on their second or even final hook. So whenever you hook someone for the first time on a Scorch Hook, whether that's their first, second or third hook, this perk triggers, and at the moment of triggering, the gen that has the most progress will be slapped by a -25%. If the gen is at 99, it will go down to 74. If it's at 25, it will go down to 0. If it's at 5, it will go to 0. If it's at 0, nothing will happen. So, why is this so good? This is really, really good because shaving off 25% of a gen is incredible. It also happens across the map and is one of these things that can be done by any killer. Almost every single killer in the game will be getting hooks more or less early on, and having a -25% on the gen that needs to be regressed the most, even if it's across the map, is an absolute blessing for the slower killers that can't keep up otherwise. For the faster killers that can keep up, guess what? You compare this with other aggressive regression perks like Pop Goes the Weasel. So one of the most popular combinations right now is this and Pop, so that you can kick a gen for -25 with this perk and then hit it with Pop for a -20 or whatever, which would be really, really, really nasty that you can do that so quickly. Another really nice thing that can happen is that if a survivor exchanges at the hook and goes down, you will now hook and get another pain res. And this creates a lose-lose situation for survivors. Say that you hook someone in a really awkward part of the map, and now someone has to rescue them. If the person that comes to rescue them is a fresh person that you haven't hooked yet, then you get pain res, which is awesome. And if it's someone that has already been hooked, then you hook someone that is already dead on hook or dead. So no matter what, it's a win-win situation. This perk just gives you that little bit of motivation to actually hook fresh survivors. Without this perk and without other perks, going for multiple hooks on survivors that are not close to being dead is typically a horrible idea, and anytime you have to do that, you might be very well losing the game. But with this perk, not so much. It is definitely one of these perks that, even though it's decent on all killers, it is particularly mean on the strongest killers that are already very good at having really short chases. Those killers can down someone in seconds, proc this perk really, really quickly before any gens really get done, and then use other perks on top of that. So Pain Res is definitely one of these perks that makes killers that are already good even better, and situations that are already won even more one-sided. It doesn't always help when you're already struggling, and that might give you the idea or the notion that this perk is not good, but the truth is, it is very, very good. It has good synergy with Jolt, with Ruin, with Corrupt, arguably. It has good synergies with almost every perk in the game that is also around regression. Not so much with Deadlock, but it has a very good synergy with Deadman Switch. If a survivor is doing a gen and they get hit by this perk, Deadman Switch will immediately block it for 30 seconds, which is huge and very easy to do, especially if you also add in Fearmonger. We'll talk about that later. So very usable perk for almost every killer that does a lot of damage, that encourages you to hook multiple people, that punishes survivors for exchanges pretty much no matter what. So it is really, really good, and that's all I have to say about it.
Before Shopify, were you wondering where are my sales at? But now you're selling with Shopify.
Wait, what? The audio in this game is terrible. So many audio cues.
Next up is No Way Out. No Way Out is a perk that is not really that much use compared to how strong it is. For each person that you hook, No Way Out gets stronger, and at the end of the game, when the generators are powered, when survivors try to open gates, when they try to touch it, the gates will be blocked for a variable time. This time can go from 12 seconds if you don't hook anyone, so even at its worst, this perk is still stronger than Remember Me, 12 seconds. Then it can go up to 24, 36, 48, and if you hooked every survivor, it blocks the exit gates for 60 seconds. That is absolutely huge. That is a really, really big number. Now, the thing about this perk is that you don't have to max it out. If you do, that's great, but you don't have to. Even if you only have 2 or 3 stacks, this perk provides a massive window at the end game for you to make a comeback or seal the deal and get an extra kill that you wouldn't otherwise. Again, much like Corrupt Intervention, this works kind of passively. So this is a perk that for the most part every killer can use, and you don't have to have a specific type of character to get use of. So it's really, really fantastic in that regard.
Should I use?
Keep in mind that after the perk is gone, survivors don't open the gates immediately. They still have to open the 20 seconds. So that means that someone has to wait there and be very careful about the timing, and then begin to open it. So in endgame situations, you could have an extra 80 seconds, and that's assuming that survivors touch the gates really early. Many survivors, especially if they're already in bad shape near the endgame and don't have many adrenalines, they will struggle. They might be hit by Noe, they might be hit by some other circumstance, they might not touch the gate right away. And that means that during the time they don't touch the gate, this perk doesn't trigger, so they might waste a lot of time, and then when they try to open the gate last second, bam, this perk hits them like a truck. It is really, really mean and pairs well with endgame builds and on killers that have good mobility and can adapt to endgame situations. Did I also mention that this perk triggers in the 1v1? If you close the hatch, the last survivor trying to open the gates, even if they have Wake Up or Soul Survivor to open the gate faster, they can't do anything. They will basically, because the perk notifies you of which gate gets touched, you will basically know where they are, and it will be impossible for them to escape. I don't know if this is very important. I personally don't care if I get 3 or 4 kills, but some people do, and for those, this perk is extremely, extremely valuable. For everyone else, I just think it's just a really, really, really solid perk, but you need to be a little bit smart and you need to play into it well. If you camp and they have reassurance, or if you waste your time horribly, or if you have no pressure, the perk is quite underwhelming. But guess what? Any perk can be underwhelming in those circumstances, so it's really not fair. I would say that as it is right now, it is one of the more consistent and good perks for killer. Next up is Deadlock. Now, Deadlock is a bit of a strange cookie. It doesn't necessarily synergize extremely well with other slowdown perks, but it is so good on its own and still has a few good combinations that you can use it with. It is a really simple perk to use that requires 0 input from the killer and works pretty much like a charm on its own. What this perk does is that when a survivor finishes a generator, the next generator that has the most progress will be blocked for 30 seconds. While this generator is blocked, it cannot be affected negatively by either side. If it's stuck at 95%, you cannot make it go up, but you can also not make it go down. It will not regress to ruin or be hit by pain rest, which is bad for the killer, but it can also not be done by the survivors, which is a really, really big relief for the killer. So, if you are AFK and you don't really do anything, even that alone, this perk, even if you do nothing at all, this perk will sometimes buy you very useful time. Worst case scenario, survivors are smart and they use those 30 seconds to go to another gen or start to heal or do some other useful thing. Teams can be smart and they can play around this perk. As it is right now, it's still bugged, and if 2 survivors finish a gen at the same time, the perk doesn't trigger, but that's really, really rare and difficult to pull off. And sometimes, if you are a little bit unlucky and the rest of your build doesn't make a lot of sense, you can have situations where they have 3 gens ready to pop. They pop one, then they pop the other, and then they go work another, and then they pop the 3rd one, and Deadlock is just a very minor stall. This perk can feel really, really bad at times, but that is more of a failure in your ability to pressure survivors and the rest of your build than the perk itself. If you have a build to never let multiple gens get done, let's say you include Tinkerer or Discordance or whatever, this perk will force survivors to split up, and when they do, they will eat it, and they will eat the 30 seconds. It also allows you, it also gives you a lot of time to set up and extend the game, which is really useful for killers that need to constantly reset. There are a few killers where even the survivors are not doing anything and they're just healing. That's good. It means you get to set more traps or get more stock or do whatever. So for the slow pace killers, this perk is really useful, and for everyone else it is very usable. The fact that survivors don't have any way to counter it or avoid it too directly is also a big plus. For that reason, I would say it's the final perk in the 5 stars. Everything past this point begins to have a few more downsides or requires a bit more or is a bit more killer specific. But yeah, that's pretty much it. The best survivor strategy, by the way, against Deadlock, if you're curious, is to 99 one gen. If they have one gen in a corner of the map and they leave it 99, they can make Deadlock constantly block that gen that you can't really defend because it's too far, and then just go and pop it at the end. So there are some counterplays, but still, considering how easy this perk is and how much value it gives you and how they ban it in some tournaments just because it is so powerful, yeah, it's a really good perk. And next up we have Pop Goes the Weasel. So what does this perk do? Every time you hook a survivor, you have a 45-second window where this perk is active, and it is active and you will use it if you kick a generator during that time. If you kick a generator during that time, first you will do the normal 2.5% damage. So say a gen is like 99.999, let's say it's 100% pretty much. You hit it, well, now minus 2.5, so now it's 97.5. And then after that, it will do 30% of a gen's current progress. 30%, not of the total, of the current progress. That means that if it was 90%, it will go down to 60. And if it was, I don't know, 30%, it will go down to 20. So it's gonna take more damage the further the gen is progress. This is still really good. This perk got a minor buff from 20 to 30 recently, and it is a big deal. This perk, along with the kick and along with the regression that happens afterwards, is just a huge setback for survivors. A really quick thing to do for the killer, especially if they have mobility and especially if they have other gen kick perks. So those are the situations where this perk really shines. If you put this perk on a trapper and the rest of your build doesn't really support it,
Hi, I'm Buffalope, and I want to complete every single achievement in DBD, but we have a problem. I'm a survivor main, and in order to make this work, I'm going to be recruiting the help of way more experienced players than me, from content creators to P100 one-tricks, to see if they can help me on my journey to all the depths. Welcome
what's
to
up?
Learning from the best.
I didn't see you in the chat.
Today's character is
Hello,
the Executioner. His 3 teachable perks are
Yo.
Deathbound, Force
What's
Penance, and
up,
Trail of
bruh?
Torment. Deathbound
My
activates
fault, my
whenever a
fault.
survivor heals another survivor within 32 meters of you.
Are you gonna keep
And what it
playing
does is
killer,
it
or are you
makes the
gonna,
survivor scream
I
and
don't know,
trigger a loud
like what do you do?
notification whenever they
I'm
finish
play
healing.
like
And for
one
the
more
next
killer.
60 seconds, the survivor that
Like a
healed
couple
the other
more.
survivor is gonna
One
suffer
more.
the oblivious status effect.
I don't know about
as
one more, maybe a
long
couple
as
more.
they're 8 meters away from the survivor they healed.
Alright.
That's how it works. You can read it. I'm not.
Well
Force
then,
Penance
I'll
activates
stay on
whenever a
Discord,
survivor
but
takes
yeah,
a
just let me
protection
know
hit
whenever
for
that
another
is.
survivor.
Okay,
The
we're
survivor that took the protection hit is gonna suffer
if
from
you
the
wanna
broken
chill.
status effect for
Yo.
80 seconds. And if you don't know what protection hits
What was
are,
you up to
they happen
today?
whenever a survivor takes a hit for another survivor while the killer is in chase with the
I
other survivor.
volunteered
And
and then
Trail
I
of
went to the
Torment
gym.
activates whenever you kick
Cool,
any
cool.
generator. It's gonna give you undetectable as
Wait,
long
did you
as
do your
the generator
internship?
is still regressing. So
Yeah.
you only lose the undetectable status effect whenever a survivor stops the regression on the generator. And I'm gonna rank Pyramid Head Seashells
Hello.
in...
I said yeah.
C tier. Yeah, I mean, B. Let's just go B. Like, Forest Penance is okay. Trail of Torment is decent. Yo! Hello. How you doing, man? Welcome in.
Hey, I'm doing amazing, man. How are you today?
Doing good, doing good. Do you want to introduce yourself? Because I don't know how to pronounce your name, and I don't even want to attempt, so I want to hear you say it.
Oh, it's okay. Literally nobody knows how to pronounce my name, so you're all good. There's only like 2 people in history that have pronounced my name correctly first try. So it's pronounced Fury, or you could just call me Fury. Like either way. Yeah, whatever you're more comfortable. Fury or Fear. Yeah.
And do you want to introduce yourself? Let everyone know who you are, what you do.
Yeah, for sure, no worries. So, obviously, like, I'm a Pyramid Head main. I've been playing Pyramid Head, for, like, around, 3,000 hours-ish or so. I've been playing him since, like, November of 2021. And I'm also the #1 Pyramid Head in North America for Cages of Atonements currently right now. And I guarantee you, if there was like a stat to like track like M2 downs or something like that, I would be willing to bet my life savings that'd be at least like top 2 spot, at least.
So you really like Pyramid Head?
Yeah, I really, really like Pyramid Head.
When it comes to like me being bad at a killer, I wouldn't say I'm terrible at Pyramid Head. I'm way worse at other killers, so it shouldn't be too hard for me to get the hang of it. But I'll let you be the judge of that.
Oh yeah, no, I was just silently like, judging you from afar. Like I was just in my comp corner, like just judging you from afar. I was like, tisk.
Nice. All right, so what would you say is the strategy here to get the Adept?
Okay, so for the Adept, I'm gonna be so honest with you. Like when I did my Pyramid Head Adept, I am too fake to everybody. Nobody was safe around me. Nobody was safe around me.
Yep.
So like I just empty faked a whole lot. But like I would say for you, more or less just like the way to like learn Pyramid Head is just to like use your power 90% of the time, I would say. And I know that sounds dumb, but like that is like the way to learn Pyramid Head. Like that is the way to learn Pyramid Head, because you're actually like using his power more, you're getting yourself adjusted to it, right? Like at first, like you're gonna be bad with it, right? Like that's how I was. Like when I first started playing Pyramid, I was also just like the worst Pyramid Head player of all time. It took me like I think it took me like a month or maybe like 3 months between that timeline to like actually like get like really good with him. So I say just like use your power like 90% of the time. Really try not to M2 fake unless the survivor is like really holding double you, aka the crop top Felixes or the Leons. I'm just saying. Oh yeah, I was just gonna say like usually like when like survivors are just like holding W a whole lot, like you just like you have to M2 fake. Like you don't got a voice.
Wait, where'd he go? I don't even think I can reach that. fuck is that movement? Why aren't they getting hits?
Yeah.
No, that's fair.
You don't have a choice. Yeah, fit. Yeah, like like for add-ons, I would definitely say your best bet as a beginner is probably gonna be range and duration. Range and duration is probably gonna be like your absolute like best bet. Now, people think that Burning Man Painting and Wax Soul are the only two options because those are his range add-ons, right?
Mhm.
But you can also use Tablet Presser and Spearhead. And I think the baby version of those or the brown add-ons are what is it? I think it's Wax Trap and either Lead Ring or Copper Ring. I can't remember. I think it's Copper Ring. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Copper Ring. Yeah, so they're basically the same thing as
Wait,
Burning Man
what?
and the
What?
Tablet Depressor. Yeah,
The game just ended? Why did it end?
What do you mean?
So those
I-
are the two bets.
What?
Yes, those are two bets. He also
I
has his,
swear I just saw
other add-on
like
that's kind
3
of
other people alive and they ran out, or what happened?
That's the Crimson Ceremony book. It's basically like
Yeah.
Sloppy Butcher, but like for his M2 essentially. It's nothing.
I mean,
too
that's how the
special.
game
It
works.
requires you
I
to
don't
be
know.
extremely accurate.
They repaired all the generators.
Well, I don't
They
get the
opened the
thing is,
gate,
alright.
and then they left.
That was a
I
bad spawn. I don't know why. I don't
know.
even
I'm
know why
just
to
saying.
look
I
for
walked in. I thought the game was like in the middle.
all good.
But no,
Alright,
I
we
No,
just
I
have
thought
to
you
push
meant
this
you thought it
to,
DC'd.
like
No,
this.
like it
We do
just
tormenting
it was
things.
just They got out.
So like yeah, usually like I would just like set up like a tiny bit of torment, like set up like a tiny bit of torment like,
Womp
around
womp.
like areas
I've
you
been
can
having
survive
a
in,
hard
but don't set up too much
games.
torment
I think it's because I'm
usually, like, if you're
almost
playing
at Red
on, like, a
Rings.
map that has like a lot of grass. Obviously, this map doesn't have a lot of grass.
Damn,
So, like, you wanna
okay,
set up torment,
shit.
in like tiny little patches of grass or something like that. That way, it's hidden as much as possible with the survivors. Kind of like think of it like playing like a setup killer at the beginning of the game. So essentially, when you're trying to find someone at the beginning of the game, you just want to set up like tiny little bits of torment while you're heading over to a survivor, and just try and get in chase as fast as possible. That is your like primary objective, is just get in chase like as fast as possible.
Nice
Ooh, close one. Close one, close one. Yeah, no, usually like when I'm going for shots like that, I just try and like be patient like as possible, just to kind of like zone the survivor out, see what the survivor does first, and then try and use your M2. Because if the survivor's just holding W, then you can just like aim forward if they're not dodging, right? So, yeah.
Oof, okay.
Ooh, nice one.
Got it.
Oh yeah, also another thing, when you're picking up a survivor under a pallet, if you're very suspicious that a survivor is going to come for like a flashlight save or pallet save, something like that, right? You can always place down torment on the area where the survivor is going to get dropped if they come for a flashbang save, and then once the survivor gets dropped from the flashbang save, then the survivor will get tormented in the process if they're not already tormented. So it's a nice little trick that you can do if you're ever in that scenario.
Fair enough.
Ooh. Nobody knows about, but everybody's probably going to know about that zone, right? Or like, if you feel confident in your ability to M2, right? And you feel like you're winning the game, I would say just like use your power like as much as possible.
Bro.
What?
My God.
Natalie,
Ugh. Yes,
did you used to watch Fred?
Fred.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bro,
Well, not like
how did I
on
know
YouTube.
that? How did I know that shit?
Bruh. I watched the movies, but I didn't watch him on YouTube.
Okay. You still give me Fred energy. Like,
Why'd you say that? Like, it was so random.
you just give me Fred energy. I don't know.
The fuck does that even?
You can turn any slogan or funny quote into a
You know what I
professional
mean.
design in
Oh
just
my
minutes with one
God.
tool.
Alright,
It's
chat.
funny.
I'm
That's
about
really
to blow
funny.
your minds.
Where's my
This
control?
is the
Because I'm starting to
reveal
hear
for the
myself. and I'm
Halloween
getting weird
chapter.
again.
Yeah, you might be like, what the hell is
Bro, I got the
Studios?
first movie.
When
I got
Dead
the
by
first
Daylight
movie
came
on
out,
DVD.
it was
That's how
the
much I love that
first
movie.
Way.
That movie's
Now, Behavior is the game maker, but also the person that
That's
distributes
just
the
funny.
game. Stupid.
I don't know. He's like,
Back then it was another company.
have you
and
watched it?
apparently that made some things a lot harder. That's why some of the early
like, I watched bits and pieces.
of DBD was so complicated apparently.
Um,
So this is the reveal for the Halloween chapter.
That
Mind
movie's
you, when you go in the menu, you see the three main killers, right?
Oh my God.
Huntress, Nurse, later, and then you see Myers. But Myers was actually the first DLC, apart from Nurse. So he was actually a huge starting point from DBD. He put a lot of eyeballs on this game, set the course for other DLC licenses, and is possibly the reason why DBD is so popular today. But the reason why I want to show you this trailer is different.
It's Miguel Myers. Oh no.
Fake blood and screams that turn into laughs as you get spooked. Nothing is real.
Who are you gonna play?
What if one of those masks hid
I don't know.
something
Who
much
should I
more
play?
real and terrifying?
You never played before. I haven't played in a long time.
One I've never played before.
Haddonfield will never return to that quiet little place where
I don't know. I'm not trying to get whooped right now. I've been getting whooped the whole day.
Lock your door. Instead, it's turned
Okay,
into a
never mind
place
then.
riddled with fears
Pick
and
whoever
eyes
you
looking
feel
over
most
their
comfortable with.
shoulders A town filled with questions about what truly happened that night.
I don't know.
A place
I
where
guess this guy.
playgrounds start to rust and pin
That's Shaq.
drops can be heard during those empty nights.
It's
If you dare to embark on a journey,
Bro, how did I know that
you
shit?
might stumble upon someone else in the dark.
Like it, bro.
I cannot begin to describe.
What'd you
how
say you were? Oh,
absolutely
clairvoyant or some
horrendous
shit?
This map was.
That's
They
not
fixed a few
clairvoyance
things,
though.
don't get me
That's
wrong,
just
and then they
like
reworked it.
Okay, well, you
telepathy.
said that, and I was
Which is
like,
a bit of a boring, but
Clairvoyance is a
super
specific
problematic
type of
right?
ESP. It's
The
like
original
knowing
Battlefield
like where
had some
shit is like
insanely long
spatially without
fences
seeing it.
that would, with windows on them, that would force the killer to go around them for minutes. Had at
Oh.
least 3 buildings that had
Yeah.
infinites
If I just
in them
knew what you
where
were
survivors
thinking, then it would
with
be
some
like
bursts could run you
telepathy.
literally forever, and had so many pallets and was so big, and the gen spread was so horrible.
Wow,
It's a terrible
wow,
map.
wow,
But this is not why I want to show you this video.
Michael Myers is the essence of evil, poured into a
You've
human
seen the movie
body
Good Burger?
and sent out into the world.
Yeah, I've seen that
to
movie. That
induce
movie
pain.
good.
He bears no regrets and no empathy.
20.
Some of you might think that Myers' ability to insta-down in tier 3 and stalk, you might think that all of that was the
No
original
way.
power of Myers.
I got high one
But if
time
my
watching
memory
it, and I
serves me
just kept
right,
focusing
you'll
on
see
the
that
way
in this
that
trailer, the original power is
Ed,
described
like
differently.
that one dude
Check out what it was.
with the braids, he was like,
There's
like he
nothing
does that a
more
lot.
classic
He's like,
than a knife, and a knife
I
is
just
Michael
kept
Myers'
focusing on that.
weapon
I
of
was like,
choice.
bruh.
It's
Like-
swift and deadly.
I
and will
don't know.
never
I don't
run out
remember
of
that part.
bullets.
I don't remember that.
Michael Myers comes with a new power called
well, it
Evil
happened throughout the
Within.
whole movie.
It is
Like,
solely
damn, you must really
focused on
suck.
tagging survivors as obsessions.
I don't know, I just
As a
random, like, I just
survivor
remember
is tagged
random
as an
phrases.
obsession, Michael's chances of
I don't
catching and hooking
remember.
that prey
I'm a dude.
increases
He's a dude.
significantly.
You heard that right.
Bro. Nah,
The
that movie
original
looks
Michael
free.
Myers' power was just to create obsessions. There were no obsession perks before him, so all you had to do was you say the best for last, Dying Light, and the other obsession perk, play with your food.
But as a survivor becomes an obsession, they too might get benefits. Michael Myers comes with 3 perks, and the first one is called Save the Best for Last. Save the Best for Last gives you a decreased cooldown period on missed and successful attacks if you let your obsession stay alive. The second perk
Say the best for last was very problematic, chat, initially. Because it made you have a shorter cooldown on successful hits. And there was already another perk called Unrelenting that back then also did the exact same thing. Nowadays, Unrelenting only works on missed attacks. Back then, it worked on successful attacks too. You could stack them together, and it would be like having 10 stacks of Save the Best for Last. It was like phew, super fast recovery. It was disgusting. Yeah, it was called a machine gun build.
is Dying Light. The obsession's speed for altruistic actions are increased, but if the obsession is killed, other survivors are punished as repairing, sabotaging, and healing takes longer.
How much longer? Alright, so this perk, for the most part, was pretty garbage. It buffed the obsession, and it only worked when you killed the obsession. You might not even kill the obsession early, so it wasn't all that good. However, if you used the Moris back then, and you found the obsession and killed them as quickly as possible, everyone else in the game was hit by a, what was it, like almost 40% slower gens. That was brutal back then. And it stacked with Thanatophobia and other things that were also pretty strong at the time. It would make gens take 2 minutes. It was horrible, 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 horrible.
What's
Keep in
your
mind that
favorite
back then,
cereal?
there might have also... There was also
Favorite
Ruin.
cereal?
Favorite cereal?
Yeah, no.
Cinnamon
like,
Life.
This was a bad perk, but also an incredibly mean.
What the hell is that healthy shit?
Hello, Scott and friends.
It's not
We're
even
going
that
back
healthy,
a
bro. There's hella
memory
sugar in
lane
that shit.
to the release of the Halloween chapter. I just
What
showed
is
my
that,
viewers
though? What
that
the
Michael's
I thought you said
original
Cinnamon
power,
Toast Crunch.
believe it
I was
or
like,
not,
what?
was
Nah,
only to
Cinnamon
create
Life is
obsessions.
better.
He didn't have the whole insta-down thing. We were just talking about Dying Light, which no doubt, yeah, Scott played with that version. He knows what it was like.
What is it called?
final
Cinema
perk.
Life?
Play
Never
with
heard
your
that shit.
food.
This perk didn't
Yep,
change much.
Cinnamon Life.
Playing with an obsession as you chase them. You can even
Oh,
let them go.
that cereal.
If your obsession escapes, your movement
That is the healthy
is
shit.
increased.
It's not
you
that
notice that
healthy
that was
though.
Maybe I eat
sound
really-
effects? 'Cause
Yeah,
they
you
didn't
probably
have
do
the
Alright,
sound
then.
effects yet, I guess. Yeah, I think
Bro, I'm
the
eating honey
version was
bunches.
much
I love
improved
honey
here.
It's
bunches.
okay,
Bro.
everybody
Yeah,
eats
it's
hella
cool
unhealthy shit.
Because otherwise, Yeah, they also changed the way mechanics work in chase. I'll tell you something, right? When I started playing this game, I eventually liked Bubba, the cannibal, and I realized that using Blow Your Food on him was really good to make his chance so good. So what I would do with killers like that is I would chase the obsession, I would look at the ground, and because the game didn't find the obsession, while I am chasing the obsession, the game would be like, "Boop, you lost the
Hi,
obsession,"
Mr. Frog.
and then like immediately again. It was pretty broken. Nowadays, it doesn't work exactly that way. You need to look away, but also go away.
Shape of
from
my
the
head
obsession. If you
causes me
stay close and
constant
they run,
inflammation.
the game is a bit smarter now. It doesn't make
Bro,
you lose the chase.
smiling
There's
press
also
has
a cooldown
literally
of
altered my
15
brain chemistry.
seconds, so that you cannot farm 3 stacks of Blow Your Food immediately off the obsession. Thank God.
You ever watch those nature documentaries?
This is Matthew Cote voicing this too.
Like what? No, not really, honestly.
Really? I love nature documentaries. I'll just like sit and just like watch nature just like in the documentary for a little long.
Something else as they turn into dusk, but not what came.
I mean, I like to watch them, but
She learned about herself after a
I don't
family
know.
reunion.
Yeah,
That she had
I should.
vigor and perseverance.
They're kind of interesting.
And that just might keep her alive.
I'm gonna check if there's any YouTube nature documentaries after this next game in the
Last Survivor
in between
is,
lobby
in a way, morbid. As
for
you
the
can't-
stream, you know.
I know I've been like, bruh, you need to put better videos, more engaging videos, because some of them I'm just like, it's just a person reacting to another person reacting. I'm like, bro, what is this? What are they even talking about?
It's supposed to be a
Hey.
social commentary, okay? Look at us reacting to
Bruh.
reactors.
And then the reactor reacting to the reactors reacting. Like, bro, oh my god, bro. Like, I don't know. For me, it's like, I don't know. Like, it's like a cop out. Like, if you don't know what to.
Bro, you're
like,
not supposed to
what kind
talk
of-
about it. You're not supposed to talk about it. You're not supposed to talk about it. You just do it, okay?
But like, you can't make original content, so then you just react to other people's content. I don't know. It just seems like.
Like for
But
other...
then again,
it's allowed, so it's literally allowed. So I don't know. I'm just gonna do it until it's not allowed. It is kind of silly though. I
yeah,
guess.
it's allowed, but it doesn't make it fucking entertaining or original.
I don't really care, bro. I'm just trying to play my game and stream it. It is
Alright,
unoriginal.
that's cool.
I ain't even gonna lie, it is unoriginal as fuck. But it gets the most views. I'm trying to change YouTube, alright? Maybe if I get too many views doing this shit, then they'll change it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask too. I was like, can you get copyrighted for putting a video, like a YouTube video, in your
Unlikely.
stream? But I guess I don't know.
I mean, based on like the videos that I'm picking.
Maybe not, because it's like on a really small screen.
Well, the videos that I'm picking, and I'm just picking YouTube videos. I'm not picking like copyrighted music. I'm not playing like, I don't know, any because that's the biggest thing, the music. I'm not playing any like mainstream videos.
No,
I'm playing just like community videos, and I'm also like leaving.
I love those videos of like people making food. But
Oh,
those
yeah.
are like reels. They're not like.
I mean, I could watch some of those too.
Huh?
I could watch some of those too. But I'm like also like I'm leaving. I'm trying to leave
Yeah, I
like
really
the
like
channels
those.
there, and
Like,
I'm trying
damn,
to.
it look so fire.
Wait, what's happening? What did you say?
But the ones that I watch are mostly real.
Do I have a delay on when I talk? Because sometimes I feel like
Sorry,
I
go
talk.
ahead.
Is there a delay on when I talk? Hello?
Whoa.
Yo.
Wait.
Hello?
I'm trying to figure out what.
Yo, are you there?
I wasn't paying attention.
Natalie. Hello? Oh my god, I don't think you can. I don't. Oh. I guess you can't hear me.
Wait, who are you playing? Sorry, you cut out.
I cut out? Oh. Wait, could you not hear me for that whole like time?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, you couldn't hear me before? Hello?
things with light and some shit?
Bro,
Oh, hack?
hello?
No.
Are you there? Natalie.
What
I
does
don't
that
know what's
mean?
happening.
Yeah, but you're cutting out, so I can't hear all you say. I'm gonna
keep-
shut up so you can.
What? You're just not responding. I'm like saying shit.
Bruh, I'm literally talking. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I was asking you a question. I don't remember what I asked.
Hello?
Yo, is there a delay when I talk?
I was just...
Is there a hello?
What color are you playing?
Oh my god. Natalie. Is there a delay when I talk? Is my Discord working? Mine is working. Okay, I can see my line. I can see my shit. It's not cutting out. I don't know what's happening. I feel like I'm getting trolled.
Well, you're better now.
I think it was your end that was lagging.
Can you hear me?
I think it's your end that's lagging, Natalie.
Oh my.
Are you on
Can
speakers?
you hear me right
Are
now?
you on your speakers, Natalie?
Yes, yes, I am. Can
Get
you hear
off
me?
your speakers. Go on your headphones. Cause I can't hear it fucking, like, you're not understanding anything that I say. This is getting annoying a little bit.
Oh, my speak. Hello?
Yo.
I'm gonna get off.
Hello? Oh my god.
Hello?
Yo. Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like it's your speaker's issue. It's not my issue because I'm looking at my Discord, I'm seeing green, my internet's good, everything's good, my stream's up, everything's fine. So I feel like it's on yours, and it's on your side, it's not my side.
Yeah, I just put my headphones on.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I feel like it's your speakers. Is there like a delay too when I talk, or can you hear me like right away? Because I feel
Well, now I
like
can hear you better.
Okay, cool. I feel like sometimes though, like I'll say something and then you'll respond like seconds later. Whoops. Alright, yeah, I'm playing Blight.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Yeah, I guess don't use Discord with your speakers. I don't know what was happening. I feel like we used to be able to play with it. It was fine. Fuck. That was a good idea, Natalie.
What?
Just pick who I'm most comfortable with. Pick Blight.
Of survival.
Thank you all there for
4K.
rating us as well. So yeah,
Cheers.
Soul Survivor, basically back then, thank you guys for the raid, did not have the speed boost.
Well,
that you
like
have
I was
now
getting
for
kills, it
upgrades.
just wasn't
So
pipping me.
literally
It wasn't giving me
was
the
only
pip.
there, I think, to hide your aura and nothing else.
It's 555. Oh my god. Change your number.
For each dead survivor, you'll be harder to find as the killer's aura reading ability is disrupted. The second perk is Decisive Strike.
Let's
As
learn
Lori is
about.
grabbed by the killer, she stabs at him
Double
with whatever she
tip.
can find. If it's successful.
It was a nice spring day, so I decided to do a little work around the house.
What animal?
I didn't think anything of it.
Nah, we're learning about desert plants.
Some
Oh,
desert plants that live in
plants.
exceptionally hot,
Oh,
dry
I thought you were talking
conditions
about.
take even more drastic measures.
You know that one guy,
Leaves are very
Coyote
thin
something?
and have a
Coyote
large
blah,
surface
blah, blah, I
area,
don't know. He
so
like,
they lose a lot of moisture in heat. And many
he gets like
desert
bit by a
plants
bunch of
have
like
done without
exotic like
them altogether.
Oh yeah, I know that
animals
fool. I
and
know that
wild.
fool. I know that fool. Yeah.
Develops in the
That guy's
soil.
crazy.
Shit.
And desert
Yeah, that
stems
guy's
are
fucking
often very thick and swollen.
That guy's
And that
crazy.
enables
You
a
ain't no
plant to
mommy.
store water in. Not only
Kind of cool though.
but some
Like,
desert plants
to have the balls to
Yeah, a little
do
bit.
that. I don't know.
so that when there is a sudden
Pretty cool.
rainstorm, those ridges can suck up all the moisture while it's there.
It's like educational in a way too, if like you're that type of person to like go out a lot or.
The stems of some of
Yeah, a
these
little
plants
bit.
swell to such a
I didn't know how bad a tarantula hawk was until I saw that fool do it. I get stung by that shit. I saw a
bro, it was
tarantula
just a-
hawk at the Henry Coast State Park.
for any given volume, and that enables the plant to hold as much water as possible.
No. Nah, those the ones that freak me out are like the centipedes or millipedes or some shit. Ugh, I hate those little tiny shits, bro.
Yeah.
Piss me off.
But in fact, it doesn't need it.
They're so scary, bro. They're like this.
Oh, look at this shit.
Microscope, you can see why.
These are the glockets.
There are thousands of tiny, jagged structures on which the morning dew condenses so that the plant can collect it.
Oh wait, never mind. That's how it's.
But the ultimate is this plant. It's hidden between
How it
these
like
light-colored
stops
pebbles.
oxygen. I mean, stops transpiration from occurring.
Blossfeldia from Argentina. This is the only flowering plant that can withstand total desiccation.
My YouTube algorithm is
months
slowly
on end.
changing. I'm getting
And then,
gameplays again.
with a shower of rain or a little bit of water, it comes to life and produces a tiny little flower.
What was that?
I'm getting like my YouTube
This
algorithm is
ability
changing
to wait
again.
for the
I'm getting
right
YouTube, like
conditions is the
gameplays
trump card
again on
that
my feed.
enables many plants
No, it's
I don't
because
watch
you're watching the
gameplays.
stream.
Yeah. Because usually I just
In
watch
many
like
deserts, plants must endure
iceberg
months,
videos
sometimes
or like those like
years
cute
of
like
drought.
lo-fi videos to sleep or like some like
Yeah.
video
They
about
do
like a
it
deep dive on
by
like a specific
slowing down
topic.
their
I love that shit.
metabolism and going into a state of virtual dormancy. But when rains finally arrive, plants like these suddenly come to life. Their dried out tissues absorb water like sponges. And once expanded, they use the moisture to grow. This primitive, rootless plant from the Chihuahua Desert in Mexico is a spike moss, Selaginella. It's also called the resurrection plant because of its ability to seemingly come back from the dead. Rain starts a complex biochemical change in its cells that enables it to ramp up its metabolism and grow very quickly while it can. But the most spectacular consequence of rain in the desert is an explosion of color.
I work with these plants like all the time.
What are they native to?
I don't know. They're in all over the place, but there's some in Africa, some in like South America. There's some around here, like Arizona. Some from like I think like the Middle East. Yeah, like Middle Eastern, like Mediterranean area. And like Australia too, all over.
And after a brief bloom, they die.
So satisfying how they open the petals. I don't know.
Yeah, they're like recording in like hella days and like speeding it up. Or this might be fake too. This might be CGI.
Have you seen those videos, like those videos on YouTube where it's like people like plant things and like it slowly starts like growing, like I don't know, like an avocado or like just something like
Oh
kinda,
yeah, like a seed in like the little dirt. Yeah, I've seen that.
I love those. They're so cool.
This is a good video, probably.
This video is brought to you by Nebula.
I feel like I was made for streaming.
Why? Why is that?
This shit's so chill.
Yeah.
And it's like kind of fun, like clicking all the hotkeys to like switch over to like the different monitors and stuff.
Yeah. You're like the only person that plays this game that doesn't like go crazy at it.
The only
Like,
one.
I mean, I don't actually know a lot of people that play this, but
I
like,
guess yeah, that's true. I don't know. That's kind of like why I feel like I could be like I could have an audience. Like I don't know any DBD players that are like they just play the game, you know. And that's it. They just chill and play the game. What? Nani? I need to focus up, I guess. Sheesh. Bro, I am so laggy right now. Should have been able to get that. Bro, why am I being so scared of this pallet? And I definitely fucking clicked there. That's upsetting. There we go. What's a 3-gen I can do? There. Oh, never mind. One dude there, one dude there. One hook. That's one hook. This is not looking good. Like I flick my mouse and it lags a lot.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
from this video and other behind-the-scenes real science content. When you observe a praying mantis, its swiveling head and its following eyes give a creepy sense that you are being watched. Before making this video, I knew praying mantises were kinda cool and kinda creepy. When I found one while camping in Texas, I made my boyfriend, now husband, help me take pictures of it for like an hour. Literally an hour before I was going to export this video, by an amazing coincidence, I found one patrolling my zucchini plants. For being such a small insect, its behavior was rather bold. It climbed on me, hopped on my phone, and stared deep into my soul. I freaking love these bugs. I love the way that they seem so aware of their
At least you got one
surroundings.
kill.
I've always known they
Yeah, I
had
guess.
this penetrating gaze
Hmm.
and amazing
You double
raptorial
picked last
claws.
time, so.
What I didn't know is that they eat birds and frogs, and they seem to do it more than we ever realized. This little fact only feeds into what is their already creepy reputation. If you know anything about praying mantids, you probably know that the females eat the males after mating. And because of this, and their unsettling gaze, many people straight up hate praying mantids, or think that they're evil. Just look at the comments of the video of the praying mantis eating the hummingbird. But even though they do eat birds, and they do eat their boyfriends, praying mantids are so much more than creepy little freaks. Their hunting style, while sometimes shocking, is incredibly impressive. With no venom and no stinger, how is it possible that this relatively small invertebrate takes down things much bigger than itself? And on top of this, some praying mantises take their ambush hunting to the next level, operating under an incredible disguise. And unlike many other insect predators who use chemoreception and mechanoreception for hunting, the praying mantis finds its prey visually. And their eyes are some of the most sophisticated in the insect world. They are the only known insect to see in 3D. Their vision is so unique and so powerful that researchers think it could hold the answer to computer vision in certain small robots. And when it comes to eating their boyfriends, it's not just because they're ruthless man-haters. They have a pretty compelling reason for this unusual behavior. Praying mantises are so incredible, researchers put them in a category of their own among insects, comparing them more closely to vertebrates than their insect counterparts. There is nothing else like them. How are praying mantises able to kill prey so much larger than they are? What makes them such accurate assassins? And why do they eat their boyfriends?
And we're proud to announce unlimited talk, text, and data starting at just $25 per month forever.
At PetSmart Kitchen, we're sharing helpful hacks to make your dog's mealtime extra special. We'll be using all Merrick Backcountry products from PetSmart to make healthy, nutritious meals.
When you think of a praying mantis, this charismatic green insect probably comes to mind. But there are so many different species of mantis. Mantises are an order of insects that contain over 2,400 species in about 460 genera in 33 families. The closest relatives they have are
Don't
cockroaches
snakes do
and
that too? Like they
termites,
eat
but
things that
even
are
then,
bigger
they
than
aren't that close. They diverged from a common ancestor
I'm
around
not sure.
300 million years ago.
Yeah, bro, I feel like they can like eat a whole dog if they wanted
The
to.
anatomy between them
My
inevitably
god.
varies quite a bit. The smallest mantis is the Bulbae pygmaea, which is about 1 centimeter long when fully grown. The heaviest species of praying mantis is the West African megamantis, with the females sometimes weighing over 13 grams. And the longest is the giant stick mantis from northern Africa, measuring over 17 centimeters in length. And among all these species of praying mantis are some of the most fascinating examples of crypsis and mimicry in the animal kingdom. The life of a praying mantis begins as it hatches from its egg sac, as it joins hundreds of its siblings and oozes down to the branches below. These are orchid mantis nymphs, and from day one, they are already an evolutionary wonder. These small insects mimic a type of assassin bug, a foul-tasting insect with an incredibly painful stab from its proboscis. Cloaked in their disguise, these small nymphs will traverse the landscape of leaves and branches, hunting all that they can, snatching sizable prey. They are also trying to evade confrontation with any predator. But if they do come across a hungry foe, they have a surprising tactic up their sleeve. This kung fu stance makes the nymph look bigger and more threatening, and is often enough to keep predators away. And if they evade their mini predators, they will turn into one of the most dazzling insects known to man, the orchid mantis. But only if they're one of the lucky ones. Orchid mantises are elusive animals that live in tropical forests of Southeast Asia, and the females look remarkably like the petals of orchid flowers. And yes, sometimes they eat their babies. They will even move with a swaying motion as if being blown in the breeze. Their deceptive appearance helps to conceal themselves from predators, but also to aid in ambush hunting. They hide themselves in plain view, their flowery appearance luring in pollinating insects. And then, before the pollinator knows what's happening, the mantis snatches it with blinding speed. Field experiments show that orchid mantises attract wild pollinators at a rate even higher than real flowers. Because their camouflage is used for hunting and not just hiding from predators, this mimicry is sometimes called aggressive mimicry. And it's so effective that the orchid mantis has to be evolutionarily careful. If these mantids become too abundant, overpredation on pollinating insects could hurt the very thing they mimic. And if the real orchids disappear, then the shtick is up. Thus, the fact that orchid mantids are so rare and elusive may be a critical aspect of their success. Their rarity may also ensure that the chances of pollinators encountering multiple orchid mantises are low, thus reducing the likelihood that pollinators will learn to distinguish deceptive orchid mantises from the real flowers. This incredible mimicry is an example of adaptive resemblance, where the insects have evolved to look like a specific object. This is different from the more commonplace crypsis, where animals evolve to simply blend into their background. This is common in praying mantids too. Many species are colored green or brown to blend into the vegetation. Or there's the bark mantis that looks just like tree bark, or the desert mantis that looks just like sand. But if you take a cryptic insect like this and put it on a plain background, it would still look like an insect. But if you take a mantis that has specialized its resemblance and put it on a plain background, that mantis would still look like an orchid. Other mantids in this category look just like green leaves, or others look indistinguishable from a twig. This type of mimicry is so precise that researchers think some mantids evolved directly in parallel with the things they replicate. But not all mantids resemble harmless sticks or flowers. Many mantids resemble less than palatable things, or even things that are downright scary for their would-be predators. The orchid mantis nymphs, as we already discussed, mimic the dangerous assassin bug. The ant mantis, one of the smallest mantids, resembles a black ant in its juvenile stage. Predators like birds and other large insects tend to avoid ants as prey because they can be aggressive, taste unpleasant, bite, or sting. But there's one mantis that punches above its weight when it comes to what it mimics. This is the Iris oratoria, also known as the Mediterranean mantis. At first glance, it looks like a fairly regular-looking mantis. But when threatened, it lifts its forelegs, stares straight at the threat, and lifts its wings to display a striking eye spot.
One time I saw a bug that looked just like a leaf.
This mimicry
It's so
continues to
weird.
work. The eye spots resembling
Yeah,
the
there's a
eyes
lot
of
of
a
those
flying
that look
owl.
like super
But for all
camouflaged.
of the
It's
many
super cool.
camouflaging mantids out there, there's one difficult
I thought it was a
evolutionary
genuine leaf, and then
question
it
they
started
face.
moving, and I was like, "Ooh, what the
happens
hell?"
if the leaves or
Stick
flowers
bug,
they
stick
mimic
bug.
shrivel and die? What happens if the green grass they hide within turns brown in a drought? As I said before, if the orchids disappear, the orchid mantids are in serious trouble. But for other mantids, if their habitat suddenly changes, it's not always so dire. Because some mantids have a surprising trick that they can implement. A trick where they can change colors. The Egyptian praying mantis lives in the savannas of Africa, where it lives on grass, doing its best to blend in. But here, grass can change from brown to green within a few days following rain. However, researchers noticed that when the grass was green, the mantids were green. But when the grass was brown, the mantids were brown. How can this be? As far as we know, mantids can't change color like an octopus or chameleon, where the color change happens in seconds or minutes, triggered by hormones or neurons. However, they can change color when they molt. In this species, color change during molting is triggered by the relative humidity around them. When the relative humidity is low, the nymphs become brown at the next molt. When the relative humidity is high, they become green. And they are not the only species to do this. Other mantids can change color based on other stimuli. For some species, the change is triggered by the light intensity around them. High-intensity light causes nymphs to change from green to brown. To them, more light could indicate that the leaves of their hiding spot are shriveling and falling off due to drought, and their green color would not be of much help. Other species of mantids in Africa even
What
turn
the
from
hell?
green to black at the end of the dry season when
I
most
got
fires
anime
occur.
songs in my head. I'm playing the hillbilly
Luminism.
guy with the big
And
chainsaw.
other flower mantids can change color when moved
Oh.
from one coloration of flower to another. All of this color changing
Look
in
like
response
that.
to their habitat is called environmental
Yeah.
polymorphism.
What you saying about bro?
This has been described as one of the most influential and
I don't know, he
illustrative
looks
examples of
scary.
natural
He looks a
He
little
looks
since
beautiful.
the concept of evolution was discovered.
Why is
And
there
the
shit
many
like dripping
different
from
ways
his
that
body?
mantis
I don't know.
species use
You got drip
deception
like that.
may be the most impressive that exist.
Oh my
While
god.
looking at all
Literal
of this
drip.
visual deception, there's one more thing to consider with the praying mantis. Human researchers are inevitably biased to look for crypsis and mimicry that we can see.
I got anime
since
songs stuck
humans
in my
are
head,
primarily
but different
visual
anime songs.
creatures. But so much that happens in the insect world is auditory, chemical, or tactile. As masters of deception, it's entirely possible that praying mantids are also audio
You
mimics
should
or
post
chemical
my
ones
stream
for
on
that
Reddit.
matter. After all, how does the orchid mantis attract more pollinators than real flowers?
On what, like, community or whatever?
I don't know all of them.
My video game stream, I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Videos.
Fuck. Turn too fast. Pallets on that side. No. Fuck. See what I'm saying? Survivors can do a lot.
should. But
I'm not the best Billy at all, but I'm not play it.
why don't you pick the one you're good at?
I mean, I'm decent at him, I'm just like not the best. It's just like still. Survivors can do a lot.
Now you have to sign you should play Survivor.
It's a different rank. Oh, my first hook. Holy shit. Took so long. Fuck. Aw, man. Fuck. That's big. It really be lagging.
Damn.
I be like mind gaming myself.
What?
Go.
No, not them toes.
Oh, what the fuck?
Cues are important for pollinators to detect flowers. So it's entirely plausible that mantises also mimic the smell of the flowers they visually emulate. It's an area of research that's largely unexplored and would be mind-blowing if we could prove it to be true. But that's just a bit of fun speculation. But beyond blending in to trick potential prey, how does a mantis execute its kills? And how does it hunt prey so much bigger than itself?
We're Matt and Elaine, founders of Chocolatl Chocolate. Our dream was to build a sustainable chocolate company.
And our business is... Mantises can be loosely categorized as being long-winged, short-winged, or vestigial-winged. The outer wings
You
are
already
usually
improved. Look at
narrow
you.
and
One more
webbed.
kill than last
They
time.
function as camouflage and as a shield.
Bro, I don't want your sass.
Much more delicate. When not in use, the wings are held close together.
I wasn't being sassy.
Giving
I was
them a
being real.
I was a sassy way, no
Whether a praying
mames.
mantis can fly depends greatly on the species. Praying
I
mantises primarily
wasn't.
use their wings for short bursts
I
of
almost got a
flight,
third. That was
gliding,
so
or
close,
hunting or
man.
escaping predators. They can also use their wings as a defense mechanism by spreading them out suddenly and making loud noises that startle potential threats. However, not all praying mantids have wings. Some are wingless. And mantids
Let's
like
play
this
Survivor.
are found
I'm gonna take a break though. Like, I'm gonna go eat.
Researchers found that wingless juvenile
Oh, wait.
praying mantises can jump from a horizontal surface to a vertical one.
I'm gonna keep watching this video then.
Away with
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the video on.
100% accuracy. The high level of accuracy here is enabled by the rotation of their abdomen about the thorax. Once airborne, they then transfer angular momentum to the other parts of their body and make a precise landing. Researchers discovered just how important the transfer of angular momentum is for their jump by gluing a mantid's abdominal parts together so it couldn't properly rotate. The accuracy of the jump itself wasn't really impeded. The mantises still reached their target, but couldn't rotate their bodies into the correct position, so crashed face first into it. But winged or wingless, big or small, all mantids have greatly enlarged forelegs adapted for catching and gripping prey. When stationary, these legs remain folded at the front of their bodies, giving them the name praying mantis. Also known as raptorial claws, these front legs are highly specialized for grasping onto prey. They're made up of 5 segments. In praying mantids, the coxa is unusually long for an insect leg and is covered in spines. The femur and tibia are similarly covered in tubercles. These spines and tubercles enable the mantis to grab onto prey. They are stiff yet lightweight, and once a prey animal is within their grasp, it is very hard for them to escape. The strike of a praying mantis has 2 phases. The first is the approach phase, where a mantis extends its arms up and outward. Then there is the sweep phase, where the mantis scoops the prey out of the air and pulls it in to eat. These strikes happen in less than 1/10 of a second. To understand more about praying mantis prey capture, I talked to Christopher Ofiro, professor in the Department of Biological Sciences at Towson University.
I come from a vertebrate world originally, comparing it to other organisms. There's not many that are throwing their arms out into the air to try and grab prey. You think about vertebrates that have tongues like chameleons and salamanders, or fish that use suction, or snakes that use their whole body. Like, here's these organisms that are using, segmented forelegs to be able to capture prey in midair.
And because they are sit and wait predators, for a long time, scientists thought that their attacks were stereotypical, meaning that each praying mantis strike would always be the same, grasping in the same direction, at the same angle, at the same speed. But as experiments revealed, this is very much not the case.
They're pretty versatile in their prey capture. I mean, if you think about their forelegs, there's 3 segments that they're moving to capture the prey, but there's a lot of potential versatility in how they move that, how fast, how much.
They can catch prey when it's above their head or below their feet, on the ground or in the air, far to their left or to their right. And they can eat a shocking variety of prey, from small insects to large ones, to frogs, lizards, and even birds. They have no regard for the rules of the food chain. Praying mantids can often be seen perched on hummingbird feeders, watching carefully as a hummingbird hovers near the sugary water. When a bird comes within strike distance, usually 5 to 10 centimeters, the mantis quickly strikes with its 2 raptorial front legs while holding onto its perch with its other 4 legs. The hummingbird may resist, but once the spines of its raptorial claws have locked in, there is no escape. And like in this photo, it's common for the mantis to hold the bird by its skull and feed on its brain.
I think they're very opportunistic predators, and if they think they can grab onto it, and eat it, they're going to do that. But it does suggest that they likely are producing some amount of force, a significant amount of force, as they sort of close those tibia on those femurs to be able to hold on to this prey and eat it basically alive. The fact that they are eating organisms bigger than themselves and have to be able to handle that organism while it's still alive suggests that they are producing some amount of force to be able to do that.
But how does a mantis break through bone so easily? The secret is in their strong jaws, or mandibles, which work like scissors, slicing through their prey with ease. The slicing incisors are located beneath the palps, the four parts that look like mouth feelers. They are specifically adapted to cut through tough exoskeletons and bone.
They're holding on to these prey for a significant amount of time and using their mandibles to shear off pieces and eat it. And so this is a new project we haven't published on yet, but we're looking at ingestion rate. Like, how long does it take them to consume a prey, and does that differ between different predator sizes and or prey sizes? And so we use the time lapse so we don't have to sit there and watch them eat. We can set up little cameras, record it, and then get a better estimate of that time.
It lends itself to some pretty cool and kind of freaky footage.
Yeah.
With such strength and such speed, it's easy to see how a praying mantis kills its prey. However, what is less clear is how it's so accurate in its strikes. The animals the mantis hunts are fast, and yet with relative ease, such prey can be snatched out of midair. How does a mantis know when the exact right moment to strike is? One possibility scientists investigated was their hearing. The praying mantis has just one ear located right where you'd expect it, on its belly, or rather in the ventral midline of the thorax. It is sometimes called a cyclopsian ear, and it can hear only ultrasonic frequencies, generally between 25 and 50 kilohertz. This wouldn't necessarily be useful in catching prey. The flapping of many insect wings like bumblebees, flies, or cicadas make sound at around 270 hertz. The praying mantis wouldn't be able to hear this. Instead, researchers think this ultrasonic hearing could be used in predatory evasion, and more specifically, in evading bats. The most common biological source of ultrasound in the environment is echolocating bats using sonar to locate and capture flying insect prey. The most sensitive hearing range for mantids corresponds exactly to the echolocation frequencies bats most commonly use. So if the ears of the mantis are not how it detects its prey, it must come down to its other main sensory organ, its eyes. The praying mantis has 5 eyes. The 3 simple eyes, positioned on its forehead in the shape of an isosceles triangle, detect light intensity, and their 2 big, mesmerizing compound eyes can detect color and movement. These forward-facing eyes have an extensive binocular field, with 70 degrees binocular overlap. This, combined with the fact that some species of mantis can rotate their heads nearly 180 degrees, means that mantises can easily scan their surroundings while their bodies remain stationary. And if you get close to a mantis, you might notice a small black spot on its eye that looks like a pupil that follows your every move. No matter what direction you look at their eyes, the black dot appears to track you. This is known as a pseudopupil, and is in part why the praying mantis has a reputation for being so eerie. But the praying mantis is not doing this on purpose. In fact, it can't control it at all. It's a passive optical phenomenon. It occurs because the ommatidia that one observes head-on absorb the incident light, while those to the side reflect it. Imagine trying to look through a few straws that are against a dark background. The middle ones would look dark, while the ones further away from the center would look like whatever color the straws are. This is because you're looking down through the middle straws, but you can't see all the way through the rest. But just because this part of the mantis's watchful gaze is a bit of an optical illusion, doesn't mean it isn't watching. The eyesight of a praying mantis is so good that it can perfectly locate its prey in 3D space for a successful hit. Researchers wonder, could the praying mantis really have true 3D vision akin to human vision? All sighted animals face the problem of deriving information about a 3D world from 2D retinal images. How do animals tell what is small versus what is far away? 2D images contain a range of depth cues that can be used to derive information about 3D space. One type of depth cue, for example, can be pictorial. When looking at objects in the world, certain things occlude others, implying that they are the closer object. However, this relies on assumptions and is not fully reliable. What are much more reliable are triangulation depth cues. These are based on comparing views of an object from multiple locations, aka from two different eyes. These positional differences are referred to as horizontal disparities. Stereoscopic vision, or 3D vision, is the ability to take these disparities and triangulate distance from them. And comparing these different images in one's brain is called cross-correlation.
Almost all machine vision algorithms, and also biological stereo vision that we know about in vertebrates, seems to work basically by doing cross-correlations.
Jenny Reed is a professor of vision science at Newcastle University and studies all aspects of stereo vision.
You take the two eyes images and you imagine sliding them across one another until you get the best match. And you say, okay, now the correlation is at its peak, and that's where the images match, and that with that offset, I can say the left eye matches the right eye, and now I can figure out how far away something is.
This is a particularly reliable means of depth perception because it depends only on geometry rather than on assumptions. When it was first described, scientists believed only primates and other mammals with large brains and front-facing eyes were capable of it, since it requires a lot of brain power. But it turns out that many animals that have some overlap of visual fields are capable of stereopsis, including cats, owls, cuttlefish, and even toads. But what about insects? They aren't exactly known for their brain power, but scientists thought there might be an exception to this: the praying mantis. They have an extensive binocular visual field and a lot of neurons that receive input from both eyes and are sensitive to movement. Could this be enough to impart 3D vision? In 1983, scientists set up an ingenious experiment to find out. They secured a praying mantis to a platform and secured a blowfly, one of its favorite snacks, to a post a few centimeters in front of it. The researchers waited for the mantis to notice the fly, then would slowly move the fly closer to the mantis until it struck out with its raptorial claws to catch it. This striking distance was noted. Next, the researchers fixed two prisms in front of the mantis's eyes.
There's hot water in here, and
These
the noodles
prisms
are black,
increased the
brown,
horizontal
or I guess
disparity
purple.
between the eyes, meaning they shifted the view
I'm gonna
of
wear
each of them
gloves
a
to
little
eat
bit
this because
inward,
I have to take care of my son,
artificially placing the
and I don't
fly
want it touching
closer to
him
the
or
mantis
cross-contaminating with him.
space. Thus, if the mantis was indeed using binocular triangulation to locate and capture its prey, and not just other references like motion parallax or size of the prey, then it should strike short of the actual target. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. And they found that the
It's not
stronger the
spicy.
prism
Is it
and
supposed to
more
kick in?
distortion,
What's going on?
the shorter the striking distance.
I'm
The researchers
confusion.
had
Why
found
is it not
the
spicy?
first
Or is
case
my
of an
tolerance
insect
just too
using
high?
3D vision.
I'm trying to not let it get
But
around my
is
lips in
mantis
case my
vision
son
like our
tries
own?
to kiss me or
Do
something.
they compute 3D in the same
My
way
food
that
hole is
we
gonna
do,
burn later.
where they
I don't know what I was
compare the
expecting, but I was
differences between two
definitely not expecting
images
this.
in what
I
we
want to
call
be right here.
cross-correlation?
My assumption
And,
was mantis are probably doing this as well, but
Okay, thank you,
we
Mike.
should test it.
You miss 100% of the 20% off deals you don't take us up on. Hey, that's me.
ProPlan is always advancing with game-changing formulas that promote mental sharpness and help extend lives. See what nutrition can do. Purina ProPlan, always advancing.
To find out, Jenny and her team set up one of the more stylish experiments ever done. They gave the praying mantis special 3D glasses and put it in a mantis cinema.
We didn't use red-blue 3D glasses like the old style one to get for humans because insects typically don't see red light, so we used blue and green light.
In this mantis cinema, they showed the mantis a movie of prey. Black and white dots hovering right in front of the mantis, where each eye saw a slightly shifted version from the other eye due to the 3D glasses.
We did that with mantids, and sure enough, we could show that they could perceive the depth implied by the shift because they would try and catch those objects. Right. Are they doing that with correlation? To test that, you now want to flip the black and white dots in one of the eyes. So you've got a black dot in the left eye and now matches a white dot in the right eye, and vice versa. So if you create an image like that, it's called anti-correlated. It's obviously completely artificial. It's like nothing that you would ever see in real life. And if you do that to human observers, it completely destroys their stereo depth perception. And then you say, aha, that's because their visual system was using cross-correlation, and I've now messed with cross-correlation, so now they can't do it anymore.
And I'm trying every one.
So we thought we'd do that in mantises.
I order what they
But to our great surprise, they could still do the task just fine. They weren't phased at all by the anti-correlation.
How could this be? Jenny and her team got a hint when they realized one thing, that the mantis could only continue to see the dots if the dots were moving. When the dots stayed still in any of the experimental setups, the mantises didn't try to catch it.
We realized that the inputs to their stereo-visual system aren't the pattern of black and white dots at all, it's the pattern of movement.
This experiment thus showed that mantis stereopsis doesn't work for static images, but it works extremely well to help them discriminate depth in targets that are perfectly camouflaged apart from their motion. In these situations, the mantises were actually better than humans at discriminating depth of a moving, camouflaged object. And this makes a lot of sense when you think about the hunting strategy of a praying mantis. Their prey is often highly camouflaged, so being able to quickly identify just their movements in 3D space is an efficient and effective way to grab their next meal. It's as if they have a different algorithm running in their brains to interpret 3D vision than ours. One that's simpler and more efficient. And it could be a game changer in the world of computer vision.
As we learned more about how mantis vision works, it really blew my mind because it was completely different from human vision, right? With this dependence on motion. I think in machine vision, we're always using the human as gold standard, and like, can my computer algorithm reproduce the abilities of human stereoscopic vision, which may be very appropriate, but it may be massively over-engineered for what you need.
But just because mantis stereopsis is simpler and requires less brain power, doesn't mean that the mantis brain is unimpressive. Despite their tiny size, mantis brains contain a surprising number of neurons that enable this 3D vision. They're also pretty smart.
Do you think it speaks at all to a certain level of intelligence in these bugs?
Intelligence is a tricky question. They're likely making decisions, right? Not to anthropomorphize, but like a decision based upon when to try and capture that prey. And some of that is based upon their vision. Like, there's great research showing that, you know, with their depth perception, they are more prone to try to capture prey when they're at a certain distance, right? So how you view that in the lens of intelligence is tricky because they're not just going after anything, right? They are making decisions based upon some threshold in their, you know, central nervous system says, okay, now we try to capture that, right? You know, they're not having full-on conversations, intelligence, but they're not just doing the same thing over and over without adjusting.
And they've been seen to take their impressive predatory ability and adapt it in novel ways when put in new situations. Recently, a scientist observed a mantis fishing guppies out of a fountain, a never-before-seen behavior. Their ability to adapt to new situations on the fly makes researchers think that they're much more clever than we even realize. But there's one more aspect of their behavior that gets them their uncanny reputation, and that's their appetite for their boyfriends. If you knew anything about praying mantids before this video, it was probably that the females eat their mates. Maybe you heard that the females decapitate the males while still copulating with their bodies, which they do indeed do. But death by cannibalism is not inevitable for the males. Scientists estimate it only happens in 13 to 28% of encounters in the wild, but it largely depends on the species and also the condition of the females. One study investigated the motivation behind these boyfriend-eating events and how it relates to the female's condition. They started by dividing female mantises into 4 feeding regimes: good, medium, poor, and very poor. The good group getting the best diet, with the very poor getting the worst. The females got these diets for 6 weeks and then were placed in proximity to males. The females then attract the males by signaling with pheromones. And the researchers found that there was a clear line between the number of males who approached the females based on how well fed they were. Those from the good group got the most, those from the poor group got the least, possibly because the poor group had the least energy to emit pheromones. But something interesting happened with the very poor group of females. Even more males approached them than the females with the good diet, and when the males came over, they ate them. The study author hypothesized that this was because the females who were effectively starving put all of their energy towards pheromones so that they would attract the males and then get a chance to eat them. And this strategy really worked out in the case of the study subject, the false garden mantis. The females who ate a male had a 33% improvement in body condition and a 40% increase in fecundity. And this is critical, because the females have to do a lot of work to produce eggs. Praying mantis females produce what's called an ootheca. It's basically an egg case with a protective outer shell that contains hundreds of eggs. And these things can be huge, weighing 30 to 50% of the female's body mass. It would be like an average human giving birth to a 75-pound baby. And just like with humans, the male mantises don't have to invest hardly any energy into reproduction. They can also mate with multiple females so long as they don't get eaten. The males will generally approach very slowly, probably nervously, often mounting the female from behind, and copulation can take anywhere from 2 hours to 40, which gives the female a lot of time to attack if she's feeling snacky. So calories really seem to be the main motivator for the females, although scientists speculate that sometimes the females attack because they're not yet sexually mature when the males approach them, which is a tactic I think humans should employ too. Mainly though, it's because they're hungry. In the Chinese mantis, one study estimated that males made up 63% of the diet for females. And the females aren't necessarily losing their chance to mate, since the males can be literally cut in half and still use the bottom half of their bodies to pass the sperm onto the females. But the system seems highly rigged in favor of the females. Is getting eaten just a cost that the males have to be willing to pay? It turns out that even when the males do get eaten, there is a slight upside for them. Researchers found that the amino acids from the male's digested body goes into the female's eggs, and the female tends to produce more eggs after she's eaten a male. So at least the genetic material of the cannibalized male gets passed on more effectively. After immersing myself in the world of praying mantids for weeks, what's the final verdict, you may ask? Are they still creepy little freaks, or dazzling displays of evolution? I think the answer is both.
People always have their different takes on life, right? This is just nature, right? Sure, some people may think they're creepy, but they're pretty fascinating when you really get to observe them more closely.
To people who find praying mantises creepy, I would say I'm 100% with you. They're very sinister. I think that the way they tend to lock on to a prey item and track it is you can always hear there's a target acquired. And so as you handle them, they lock onto you and they'll track you as you move. And I always thought, thank God I'm massively bigger than this tiny insect and it can't actually attack me and eat me.
So yes, definitely both. Luckily, getting the opinions of both Chris and Jenny helped me see a fuller picture of the praying mantis, an insect I've loved from a distance for a long time, but one that they've dedicated years of their life to understanding. To watch the full-length interviews with the two scientists featured in this video, head over to Nebula, where you can watch them under the Field Notes channel. This is a Nebula channel where I upload extras, extended interviews, and behind-the-scenes content. Before I get into how great Nebula is, I know so many of you are sick of being asked to sign up to yet another subscription service. I know I'm actively trying to drop recurring monthly charges. But if you do want to support this channel and get lifelong access to all of Nebula's exclusive content without a monthly charge, we're offering lifetime memberships for a limited time for $300. Unlike other subscriptions, you can buy once and never pay again. This helps fund original series like Archaeology Quest, where I went out into the woods with my friend and co-writer Lorraine, where we put ourselves to the test trying to compete in tasks to survive the Paleolithic. We made stone tools and ceramic bowls, threw spears and collected mushrooms, all to try to see if we would have what it takes to live in ancient times. This series is a mix of fun gameplay, hilarious failures, and in-depth archaeology education about technology from 10,000 years ago. This is a series that wouldn't have worked on Real Science on YouTube because it's just too different from what I normally do. But I wanted to make something interactive and funny. I wanted to practice being on camera, and so when I pitched this show to Nebula, they helped make it happen. Nebula is the platform where creators can experiment like this, with Nebula original content that breaks the mold or is too risky for YouTube. And if the lifetime membership isn't for you, for less than the price of a cup of coffee per month, you can get access to all of Nebula's original content along with our entire catalog without any ads. You can also easily download videos to watch on the go, all for just $2.50 a month. This channel depends on the funding Nebula provides us. The video you just watched is long, has lots of animations, and took me a long time to make. To be able to make longer, in-depth videos like this one, I have to slow down upload pace. I simply can't make these videos as fast as the YouTube algorithm wants me to. Even getting this done in a month was difficult. A 2-week upload pace nearly kills me, and those videos are shorter and not as detailed. It's such a tricky balance on YouTube, the quantity versus quality debate. And unfortunately, taking the time to slow down and create longer, better videos is a financial risk. YouTube is a volatile platform, and we depend on the whims of advertisers. All of the pressure tells YouTube creators to speed up and crank out more content, not slow down. But it's so important to me to bring you all the depth these stories deserve. And Nebula is our life raft to make that possible. Nebula helps remove the financial uncertainty that forces us to rush projects and allows us to focus on science journalism rather than stressing over YouTube analytics. Signing up to Nebula is the best way to support this channel for that reason. So to get access to all of Nebula's incredible content and to support thoughtful, educational content, go to nebula.tv/realscience or click on the link in the description to get 40% off a yearly subscription for the incredibly low price of $2.50 per month.
Your word is formaldehyde.
Can you use it in a sentence?
As you're sitting in your basement, you hit your vape, but then your mom walks in, freaks out, and starts listing the toxic chemicals you could be inhaling into your body, like formaldehyde. Which she singles out because it's the same chemical used to preserve your Uncle Rico's funky-smelling taxidermied fox. Formaldehyde. Vaping can expose you to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. No need to spell it out any more than that. Brought to you by The Real Cost and FDA.
The last remnants of an ice age cling to the poles of our planet. An ice age that's been receding for the last 11,000 years. Stepping foot here is like stepping back in time, to a world covered in ice, whipping winds, and harsh, unsettling cold. But on this wind-whipped ice stands a stoic creature. A creature who does not survive despite the ice, but depends on it. Hailed by many as the Lords of Antarctica, emperor penguins can reach heights of up to 1.3 meters or 4.3 feet and weigh up to 100 pounds or 45 kilograms, making them the largest penguin species. But these massive birds earn their name not for their size, but for their physical characteristics and abilities that make them seem as though they were designed to truly rule the Antarctic. And even though their imagery pervades the media, compared to all other birds, and even to other penguins, emperor penguins are downright strange creatures. No other animal can survive the cold like they can. No other animal is so wonderfully and bizarrely adapted to life on the ice, but also life in the sea. The emperor penguin is considered the deepest diving bird in the world, reaching depths far beyond 500 meters and capable of staying under frigid waters for up to 30 minutes at a time. Their feathers not only streamline their swimming, but can also be actively manipulated to create an air injection, providing a hydrodynamic boost we normally only see in high-tech ships and underwater missiles. And to keep warm during their life in the frigid sea and windy sheets of ice, they've evolved a unique composition of feathers that don't just retain their body heat, but actively draw in heat from an environment that seems like it doesn't have any. They also utilize sea ice as a breeding ground, and if this wasn't impressive enough, they choose to use the ice to breed in the harsh Antarctic winter, where temperatures can reach 50 degrees Celsius below freezing, the coldest breeding temperature any known bird can tolerate. And despite all these incredible adaptations, we humans were certain for a long time that emperor penguins were the lowest form of bird, an evolutionary straggler inferior to the rest. But this could not be farther from the truth. And though their incredible adaptations have allowed emperor penguins to conquer the Antarctic, a rapidly changing global climate threatens their reign and might turn their evolutionary advantage into a liability. To understand what the future may hold for these incredible birds, it's important to ask, how did they come to rule such a frigid region? And where do they sit on the evolutionary tree? How are emperor penguins built to survive the sea and the ice? And how do they behave to not only survive, but to thrive in such an extreme environment? Well before people associated penguins with a cute stature and comical waddling, emperor penguins were widely regarded by scientists as the key to unlocking the secrets of evolutionary theory. In the early 20th century, the relatively fresh new theory of evolution fascinated the scientific world and inspired many to study animal life and how it developed. From this surge of curiosity, scientists noticed that many animals also appeared to have very similar-looking embryonic stages early in their development. From this curious observation, biologist Ernst Haeckel proposed recapitulation theory as a hypothesis for understanding the evolutionary history of certain organisms. The theory suggested that the embryos of more advanced life forms, like human embryos, would always pass through stages that looked like their evolutionary ancestors, that they would go through phases of being a fish, amphibian, reptile, bird, etc., until finally turning into a human, a recap of the wider scale evolutionary process. So why did they believe penguins, in particular, were the key to unlocking the secrets of evolution? Because at the time, penguins were considered to be the most primitive bird in existence, a bird that never evolved the ability to fly. Scientists thought that if they could decipher the embryology of this most primitive of birds, they could more clearly see how avian organisms evolved from their reptilian ancestors. We now know that this is not how it works, at all, but at the time they were quite convinced and went to the ends of the earth, literally, to try to prove it. In 1910, a grand expedition began, and a handful of explorers set out to retrieve emperor penguin eggs for science. This would be no small feat. To catch an emperor penguin egg would mean to brave the frigid and rough terrain of the Antarctic in the winter when it is often pitch black. The voyage would later be referred to by the explorers as the worst journey in the world, and with good reason. At the time, the expedition was considered to be the longest period at which humans were exposed to extreme climate conditions. What might have made the journey even worse, however, was the fact that its main objective, the penguin eggs, turned out to not be so useful. Recapitulation theory began to be discredited right around the time of the expedition, as scientists began to observe more varied embryologic development patterns that didn't quite align with Haeckel's theory. And even if the recapitulation theory were true, we now know that penguins are far from the most primitive birds in existence. The flightlessness of penguins, which was initially thought to be an ancestral trait after having freshly evolved from reptiles, is actually a secondary evolved trait. The ancestor of penguins would have been a flying bird, similar to a puffin or a cormorant. But over time, the penguin's ancestor got better at swimming and worse at flying. And then, around 60 million years ago, the penguin clade split off, losing their ability to fly entirely, and gaining what researchers refer to as a hyper-specialized marine body plan. The transition from having a body built for flying to one hyper-specialized to survive in a marine environment is one of the greatest evolutionary transitions of all time, up there with when tetrapods first stepped foot on land, or when the ancestors of whales took their steps back into the sea. But how could it possibly be advantageous to give up the ability to fly? Surely emperor penguins could rule the Antarctic if they could swim and fly, soaring through its skies instead of waddling around on slippery ice sheets. But unfortunately, in the animal kingdom, everything is a trade-off. And as wings become more efficient for flying, they become less efficient for swimming, and vice versa. To understand this, it's helpful to think about why emperor penguins are considered the best diving birds in the world. Unlike their flying counterparts, they have a reduced wingspan, have greater weight and larger bones, and even at a molecular level, have muscle contraction rates that are optimized for low wing beat frequencies. All adaptations that make flight impossible. The adaptations necessary for flight simply go against the adaptations necessary for swimming. And when it comes to swimming, no other animal does it quite like the emperor penguin. The body shape of an emperor penguin lends itself to maneuvering beneath the ice, and while it might not always look like it, emperor penguins are among the most elite swimmers on the planet. But there is much more to their underwater story than their big-boned, streamlined
What's
bodies.
up?
There are some unexpected ways in which they maximize their swimming efficiency, things we thought were reserved for our high-tech ships and submarines. One of these adaptations was discovered when marine ecology researchers looking at footage of emperor penguins ascending noted that the birds were always
have you ever had
followed
birria
by fine
tacos?
bubbles that seemed to emerge from their feathers.
What?
In much the same way that an underwater missile would leave a trail of bubbles.
I'll say it in a way you'll understand. Birria tacos.
Oh.
No accident.
Have you ever heard
In
that?
the 1960s,
Yeah,
engineers discovered that in theory, drag could be
Oh, they're
reduced
so
on
fire.
vessels if
Oh my
microbubbles were injected on their surfaces, covering them in a thin film of
Bro,
air.
don't you know in
Sabi
Mexican
ano,
way? Of
guys.
course I've had that shit
They
way.
figured
No
out how to
mames
turn
way.
this theoretical idea into reality.
Mhm.
They developed a rocket-powered torpedo
Yeah.
that could pump gas through a porous
You know what
skin
chile
that covered
rellenos
the
are?
torpedo. It was capable of traveling underwater at up to 100 meters per
You know
second,
what?
more than twice
I've never
as
had
fast
them,
as
though.
conventional torpedoes. A torpedo has to overcome two types of drag. The first is related to the weapon's shape, and the second is related to the way that water clings to the surface of the object and is
Chilaquiles.
drawn along with it, slowing the object
Mm-mm.
down. But if the torpedo is enveloped in a layer of
Ceviche,
gas, there will be no direct contact between the object and the water. A layer of gas
Isn't
just
that
a
like cold
fraction of
shrimp?
a millimeter thick can reduce skin friction by up to 40%.
It's like
Could the bubbles observed on the penguin's
have
bodies
like
be doing
you can
the
put
same
shrimp or you
thing?
can put a different type of
Scientists
fish.
observed that before emperor penguins
Yeah, I don't like
jump
cold.
from the
I don't like
ice and
cold.
move into the water,
Cold
they
seafood.
first fluff up their feathers,
Except for
trapping
sushi.
air in their
Actually, never
plumage.
mind. That's not
Then
true.
once the
I
penguin
just don't
decides
like
it's time to come
No
up to
man,
breathe, it will release
that's
this
it,
trapped air from their
I just
body,
don't like
forming a layer of fine bubbles that allows them to shoot back up to the surface.
cold
In
shrimp.
footage of penguins ascending, it's easy to see the bubble trails. And if you pause the footage, you can even see the bubble clouds that envelop most of the body and obscure the tail and hind limbs.
When we gonna get
Scientists
Jollibee?
also note that no air is coming from
Oh,
the
no way.
bighorn hairs. It
We gotta figure it
emerges
out.
from the plumage. And
I'm
the
gonna be
boost
starting
they
school
seem to get
soon
from
though,
this
so
is
I don't even know.
significant. Penguins descend and swim horizontally at around 2 meters per second.
I'm low-key
But they
kind of just
ascend
trying to like
with
chill
these
at my
bubbles
house
at
for a
up to
minute.
6 meters per second. And this is critical because they need sufficient speed to overcome gravity as they leap out of the water and onto the sea ice. From
Well,
this observation,
I only have
researchers
2 perks.
proposed that emperor penguins are
I'm
likely
in the hood, I
employing
have 2
what they
perks.
describe as drag reduction by air release.
Damn.
What?
Just saying, that sucks. Where's the bitch chat? Where's the bitch at? Oh no! that Hag? I think so. Run, bitch, run! I shared it on Reddit. Well, your
Nice.
channel. I was like, hey guys, oh shit. Maybe start school.
Ow. What's up? What did you say? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, you can hear me. Natalie, did you start using your speakers again?
No.
I don't even remember what I asked. I asked you something though. It'll say if you look at the stream, I'm probably gonna say it soon.
I said when you start school, fool.
Oh, August 26th.
Swear.
Yup.
What am I waiting?
Bro, I'm just trying to like. I just can't wait till we 21. So it's gonna be so.
Still got a
much
minute.
easier. Not really. Like 7 months. So maybe I guess yeah, half a year. But I mean, there's not much I can do in half a year, realistically. Oh, Natalie, you sacrificed yourself for the
Ha!
den.
You finished it, loser.
But you sacrificed yourself.
Ha, I know you mad.
That's not chill. You didn't have to do that, Natalie. We would have done it anyways.
What?
Oh no.
I'm dying already. Hello?
Oh shit. I just killed myself. It's okay.
You said something and you were like cutting out. I did not hear.
I think you're lagging.
Oh my god, bro.
Did you hear me say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're lagging.
Fuck. Bro, I got out of Discord twice.
Well, that's not gonna help you that's not gonna fix your lag. Yeah, it's not my end. I have 10 ping on Discord.
Hey, I'm gonna restart this shit.
Or more simply, air lubrication, just like humans use on ships and torpedoes. And apart from this lubrication, this bubble coat might also offer other advantages. For example, it's well known that air lubrication can reduce the acoustic signals of ships, and the same might be true for emperor penguins and their echolocating predators. But as impressive as this is, emperor penguins aren't just adept at their heroic descents. They are also the deepest diving birds in the world. This great feat has its advantages for the penguins beyond just asserting their reign as emperor. As the only birds capable of reaching such depths, they are virtually unchallenged in their claim over the abundant, nutrient-dense, and relatively easy-to-catch prey, like the Atlantic silverfish, that tends to inhabit these benthic regions. These dives can last almost 30 minutes. To manage these sustained deep dives, emperor penguins are equipped with physiological and cellular adaptations that help them maximize oxygen use. Like many air-breathing divers, the emperor penguin diving reflex involves a massive reduction in their heart rate that allows many organs, including the heart itself, to use up less oxygen. One study that attached electrodes to penguins during diving revealed that for extremely deep dives, heart rates can reach as low as 3 beats per minute. To complement this diving reflex, emperor penguins also employ peripheral vasoconstriction. Here, the birds are able to narrow blood vessels to such a point that they can effectively cut off certain muscles from their overall blood circulation. This allows the blood and the oxygen it carries to be distributed to more important muscle groups and organs, like to the brain and the heart. On a molecular level, the emperor penguin is also exceptional at storing large amounts of oxygen relative to its size. For example,
Did you hear me?
myoglobin, a protein
Yeah.
that stores and supplies skeletal muscles with oxygen, is considerably elevated in
Maybe it's
some
just loud in
muscles
your
of
house too, and
emperor
you can't hear me when
penguins,
I'm
especially their
talking.
pectoral muscles. On the other hand,
No.
hemoglobin, the protein mostly
Hella
found in
quiet
the
right
blood
now.
and responsible for distributing oxygen to the different parts of the
Gonna
body,
get out in a
has a
second.
considerably higher affinity for
Everyone
oxygen
is
in
asleep.
the emperor penguin compared to other birds. This allows the blood to better take up whatever oxygen is still present in the
Wait,
lungs
what?
during hypoxic conditions.
What's everyone
and better
doing?
distribute this oxygen to different parts of the
They're
penguin's
watching
body.
shit in the living
But as incredible as
Gladiator or
this
some shit.
all is,
Oh,
an
yeah,
emperor
that movie's
penguin's
good.
ability to dive deep in Antarctic
Never
waters
watched it.
is only as useful as their ability to keep warm.
A CRM shouldn't weigh your budget down. It should
Bro,
lift your teams up.
this is bullshit.
A
I
CRM
put
shouldn't
the
hide
thing, like,
things.
I shared it on Reddit, and then they're like,
And then what?
you can't post on here because you need to have positive karma in the gaming channel. What the fuck? And we're not gonna tell you how much you need. Like,
You gotta build up your Reddit karma.
bitch, fuck you. I'm getting stringing then. How about that? Oh shit. Okay. Oh, where is this motherfucker? Yeah, real sick and tired of this fucking heartbeat.
He's chasing someone right now. I'm in a gen next to the car near the house.
Where?
Oh, it's Whisker.
Oh, I can't see
Wesker.
shit. LOL. Like I saw them watching Gladiator. I was like, I've been to the actual Coliseum. How about that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm in a chase.
Bruh.
What?
Oh, okay.
Am I delayed? Hello? Yo, Natalie. Natalie.
Yeah, hello?
Am I delayed when I talk? Do you know what I mean? Oh my god. Do I cut out every time I say delayed?
Discord is fucking tweaking.
Oh my god, get the fuck out my
gotta get on my
way.
phone. Oh my god. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think it's not me hearing you, it's you hearing me. I'm telling you.
Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna get you off the hook.
Cause I hear everything that you're saying. I'm telling you. You don't cut out a single time. I've heard every single fucking word that you say. It's like annoying. Like I hear.
Bro, cause you were lagging.
No, I know. I'm
You
lagging
fucking
from your end is lagging,
kidding
making me
me.
sound like
Oh
I'm
my
lagging. Does that make
god.
sense?
This Laura better fucking grab you because I'm gonna chase now. Fuck. I'm screwed.
Do you get what I'm saying? It's lagging on your end, so it's making it seem like I'm lagging.
You're lagging on.
I know. I'm telling you that
Bro.
it seems like I'm lagging, but it's actually just your end. I have 10 ping. 10 ping means that my response time to the server is like less than a second. It's like very little. Like I think it's less than a tenth of a second.
I don't know. Should I call you on the phone?
No, I can't. I'm telling you, just like close applications maybe on your device so you're using less of the
So
internet.
bad.
Use less bandwidth. Restart your router. Do you have hella programs open on your laptop that might be using extra internet? Run away, Natalie.
Of course I will.
Natalie, run away!
Oh my god.
I'm definitely delayed when, like, there's definitely lag, like, in between what I'm saying when you're hearing it.
Fuck.
Oh shit.
My shit is so fucked. Damn it.
What the fuck? Kill check was hella hard.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking die.
Let's finish this.
Hello. Hello.
Yo.
Okay. Detective Tap. Who the fuck is Detective Tap? Am I lagging again? Oh, God.
No, I hear you.
Oh.
Remember, I can hear you. Don't worry, I can hear you. I'm just quiet, okay? Kind of obnoxious hearing you. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me all the time when I'm saying, yes, I can hear you. Been saying I can hear you.
Cause this shit was lagging so fucking bad.
Do you have hella people on the internet right now?
Probably.
Yeah, that's probably why. Try to reduce the amount of devices on the internet.
I'm trying to watch the stream too, so.
That might be it then. You're playing right now. Why you gotta watch the stream?
To give you views.
Doesn't matter. It's okay. Okay.
I guess I'll watch it like with like my fucking data. Yes. The hell? Give me 1 second.
Where are you going? Where are you going? Bye. I'm just wondering because you didn't say I didn't hear anything. You know what? I didn't. All right.
Wow. I kind of miss playing.
You miss what?
I kind of miss playing Michaela. I've got probably
With who?
Michaela.
Oh, okay. Your voice sounds kind of muffled.
I don't know.
That's probably with your
I'm
mic,
literally using.
not an internet
Oh
issue.
my god.
Yo, okay. I know everybody told you to like just turn it off and turn it back on again, and then everything will work, but that's not really true.
Well, I don't know how to solve it.
I
Like,
know, but there's like what you gotta like. I'm telling you, trying to tell you, like, you don't, not everything gets solved by turning it off and back on again. If it's a mic issue, then it's probably, then, like, if your voice sounds muffled, then it's probably because, um, there's something wrong with, like, your physical mic, or, like, some setting is, I mean, it could be, like, fixed from just turning it on and off again, but, like, off and on again, but, like, I don't know. Not every single time you just keep turning it off and I feel like you've turned it off and on again like 20 times and it's still not fixed.
no, it wasn't. That wasn't the mic though. That was just because I was lagging really bad.
I know, but don't do that. Just let it, like, do it once, turn it off, turn it back on. If it doesn't work, then try something else.
What else can I try though? That's what I said.
There's so many things. There's so many things. Computers are so fucking complicated. It's crazy. I hate them. I've spent so much of my life trying to figure out how computers work. This is what I was saying. Like, I've been waiting to stream for so long because it took me so long to like get the parts, figure it out, and like how to like do all the shit properly, you know. But it's fucking complicated. But yeah. But just like be patient and just try all the things.
You keep saying all the things, but I don't hear a specific thing I can try besides.
With your mic, go into your audio. I mean, right now, I mean, maybe it worked. I think it might have worked. But you could go into your. Are you on your laptop or on your phone?
Laptop.
Okay. You should go into your mixer settings on your Discord, and then look up. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, you gotta go to the voice and video section, and then adjust. You can like turn on or off noise suppression. You can adjust the volume of your input. You can adjust like how loud you have to talk for your input to get picked up. You can adjust your attenuation. You can adjust your gain, I think. You can adjust so much. I'm just telling you to just try anything, though. Just like look into your settings.
Scared the fucking sick shit out. Oh hell no, fucking bot. Where is this damn bot at? I swear if it's hiding in a locker. Oh fuck. Wow, fuck you, bot. 1 second too late, bitch.
What are you talking about?
The bot.
Oh, that bot. I thought you were talking about the robot Singularity.
At first I was talking about that bot, and then I started talking about the other bot, because it was taking too long to get me. No, I don't want to get healed by you anymore. Help me with this gen. Oh fuck. Gotta get you off. Keep doing that gen, bot! Oh my god! Competent. No. Oh, a hex.
I got hit by that.
Wait, are you going? Oh,
yeah, I'm saving. Take a hit from me, dumbass bot. God damn it.
This alien thing. Or bot. Man, I just want to finish that game. It's not too much to ask. I don't know. Can't believe it.
I don't even care. Let the bot escape, man. Let the bot get the hatch. Jeez. Getting kind of tired. I think that might be it for the stream.
Alright. Have a good night then.
Yeah.